The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Final stage, one last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. Stage 3, the road is getting to an end, but we're not there quite yet, as, of course, teams trying to vie into a playoff spot, try and make their way into Ascension. It is some exciting times over here, so I'm glad that you're ready to join us. We're going to have a great day today. My name's Sarah Dawn. I'm your host, joined here with Ash and Gompers. Ash, I cannot believe, I feel like it was yesterday we started with stage 1. Now we're midway through stage 3. What is time, honestly?
I think that's the crazy part is just how quickly Challengers does end up flying by. The fact that we have teams already like Envy and Qbert just one game away from potentially securing their spot within the playoffs there as well. Both of those teams being the only ones that are currently still 3-0 in the competition, not having any of those losses. But it's crazy. This season has actually just skirted by us in full here, Gompers.
Yeah, it really did just kind of flow by, and we've seen some devastating losses from teams that we had expected, right, to not be in this 1-2 position, this 0-2 position. So it is quite surprising. I think it's been honestly one of the most exciting challengers I feel like I've seen just yet, just because we have also seen some pretty spectacular upsets. I guess one being like Shopify Rebellion, right, taking TSM the other week.
Yeah, it's been really fun to see how things have been shaking up, especially too with the more things change, the more they stay the same. Talking about the last day that we had on Challengers, because of course there are some really big names that we see out here within the scene. Qbert Academy being top of the list, whereas Maryville University is one of these teams that joined in, one that Gompers put up a hell of a fight, but Qbert Academy, especially with these changes, they are looking terrifying.
Dude, I feel like everyone is just making these adjustments that need to be made. Some teams I feel like are kind of slowly falling behind. They're not really, I wouldn't say working as hard, but it's just the firepower and just the maneuvering of being able to understand, okay, we did this wrong, this comp isn't working. And I feel like we're going to see a lot of that today, which I'm super excited to kind of get into. But yeah, I completely agree. Everyone is making the necessary changes. We've seen duelists kind of start going in the way of different teams. My apologies, not different teams, but different members who are simply a little more stable into playing that sentinel role or the initiator role. So it is pretty interesting.
Yeah, and then taking a look at the next matchup that we saw as well, this Landor versus Envy game, the fact that both of these maps went 6-6 in that first half there. But then once we swapped sides, it was just Envy all the way. This team has been so consistent in their ability to really turn up in those moments, right? Like you think, okay, 6-6, even first half, both on Bind and Corrode. And then the fact that they're able to just chain so many rounds together. I think it was 5 rounds in a row, both maps when they did swap sides. And it's this squad on the side of Envy where we're also seeing more of that depth, right? Kane Zera pulling out the Brimstone.
Right.
as well. Like, so wild. But then, Sarah, now looking into kind of where we're sitting here within the Swiss stage, it's no surprise that Hubert and Envy are at like that top echelon. Envy, they've consistently been that team that's been remaining undefeated throughout Swiss consistently throughout all three stages.
And this is the point too, midway through stage 3, there is definitely some hope for a couple of these teams that are at the 2-1 and these 1 and 2s, but it is getting dangerous. For Hubert and Envy, of course, the only remaining 2 undefeated teams. One more win, and one of them is going to be qualified. It's been Envy the last 2 splits to go undefeated, but Hubert Academy have that real opportunity to take them down. And of course, Gompers, when you're looking at the teams that are at that 0 and 3, that's 1 loss away from elimination. And the 1 and 2s, I mean, you're not out of chances, but they're slowly drifting you by.
It's just such a bad position to be in. I feel like when you're in the bottom and you were looking to actually make a really good performance this stage, just because a lot of these players that we're seeing in the 1-2, 0-3 had a really, really good performance down in stage 2, right? So it is a bit unfortunate. Shopify Rebellion Gold, I feel like has kind of surprised us all with their performance thus far, but it's teams like Shopify Rebellion Black, right? TSM, who are just sitting here. SAD Esports had such a great performance last stage. So it's just sad, honestly. No pun intended to see.
There's still definitely opportunity for those teams that are in that 0-3 to try and claw their way back and make that heroic run. But I think the Burger Boys has to be the squad that you really are looking at down in that round 4, where you're kind of like, what happened to this squad? You know, they end up going out in 3rd place during the last stage, this being a complete shift from the expectations that they built up during stage 2.
And to see how dramatically things can switch from stage to stage to now they're fighting for their lives, that is going to be an insane match. That is happening on the side streams, because the one that we're going to be focusing on here, right now, is going to be Legacy Kingdom going up against Shopify Rebellion Gold, sitting at these 1 and 2 records. So, of course, the loser isn't knocked out of the competition quite yet, but if you want to have any level of breathing room to be pushing on forward, a win here is going to be crucial as well for that confidence and that momentum. And I want to talk about Shopify Rebellion Gold here first, because I feel like that's a team when you're looking at that confidence and momentum, a win here could be absolutely humongous for them. This is the team that just managed to get into stage 3, got a great win up against TSM, but last week, Ash, was a little bit tough. A great battle of the minds, but I'm excited to see what they can do here today.
Yeah, falling a little short in that that game up against Nightblood, going out in that 0-2, but it still was like a decently close match at the end of the day. 10-13 loss on Sunset, and then that 13-8 on Lotus as well. And this squad, I think the big thing is just that TSM win, trying to inject a little bit more of that confidence as they work through the challenges that they faced within VCL previously, right? And they're a team that never stops working. They're always cooking up new ideas, like shifting Alexis onto the Sentinel role as they lean into this double controller meta and having Noya turn into that Viper specialist.
Yeah, and I wanted to touch back too, like you talk about going 0-2 against Nightblood, of course, that being a close game, kind of like, I mean, what Ash said, right? They always constantly are tweeting out, they're always constantly making it known, you know, we lost that game, but that's okay. Mistakes were made and we're going to fix them. So moving into this game, am I worried? Absolutely not. And it's one of those epitomes where like you're looking at this team and it's not, oh, you know, are they going to perform better? It's yes, they are 1% better each and every day for this team, which is honestly spectacular to see. It's never downhill, it's always up.
With this team, there are a bunch of grinders, and that all starts at the top with IGL Mel, especially Mel mechanically throughout stage 2 stage 3 here has been on a cooker. Like Ash, she's the face of GC for a reason, but I think she's just been on one recently, and you know that she's going to be out here in the server again, fired up as ever.
Absolutely. We always talk about how cerebral Mel is and how she's grown so much as a leader for SRG. And I think the fact that she's always been a consistent player, but it feels like this stage of Challengers, she's been completely unleashed. Also having just like huge impact moments. Like we saw that she has had 6 clutches under her belt, a 33% clutch rate at this time. The fact that she has all of that survivability on the controller role while doing the calling for her squad and getting aggressive at times as well. Like the fact that she has a 33% clutch rate, but you see her like right up there with the first floods next to Dodo Nut is pretty crazy to see.
Yeah, to see that shift from week 1 to week 2 and just that level of confidence with Mel speaking about how that was a big thing for the team. They needed to have that confidence going on forward because they're a capable team. I love to see that she's really just truly embodied that herself. And I'm excited to see the performance that the team's able to put up today with another team that definitely deserves their props within the scene, Legacy Kingdom. We've got to see these players before. They're no strangers to us, Gompers, and a team that definitely has a lot of potential out here. So again, seeing them at these 1 and 2s, like it's a rough stage of challengers. There's too many good teams.
It's tough too because we talk about Shopify getting 0-2. This team isn't going any different, right? 0-2 against a very brutal loss, by the way, against Winthrop University, making them 1-2 right now, obviously alongside Shopify Rebellion Gold. So, I mean, it really is just the battle of perseverance for both of these teams. Legacy Kingdom, their team is also slowly trying to build that repertoire of being consistent. I know they recently made some changes, obviously on Ascent. We got to see it with the deadlock. So it's more so just trying to have a decent understanding as to what works and what doesn't, as I feel like everyone is trying to do, but more so for this team just at a faster pace and trying to catch up so they don't get left behind. So I'm definitely interested to see how far they've come from last week, right? Going against Winthrop, what have they learned? What are they going to apply?
Especially too, looking at this team, there is some names that I cannot, every time I'm so excited to see in the server. Joda 6, Blast, Muddy, so strong. But Corrupt is the person we want to talk about specifically going into this match. When you're looking at Mel on one side and praising that the great mind, I mean, Corrupt is someone that definitely has been able to show that they're very capable of calling, and really big eyes on Corrupt here, Ash, for what they're able to do in this battle of the IGLs.
For sure. I think the first introduction that I got to Corrupt's calling in stage 2 was just seeing the kind of set plays that they were bringing to the table for this squad, and a lot of those set pieces and how punchy they tend to be as well, and then the ability to adjust into that mid round. And I think the difference between Mel and Corrupt here too is the fact that, like, while Mel is just been locked in on that Omen pick for SRG, Corrupt has dug deeper into their agent pool. We saw, I think during the stage 2, they were one of the players with the deepest pool of agents. This time around in stage 3, as the meta has been shifting, we haven't seen that same level of spread of agents, but still leaning across a couple of different roles, that Yoru, the Viper, the Deadlock, and being able to be that piece that makes the adjustments to bring a lot of those ideas to life here for Legacy.
Yeah, and last but not least, wanted to really talk about another piece that's going to be key to bring Legacy to life, but also on the opposing end, we got to talk about the duelists here, specifically with the impact they're capable of making. Because on the one side, I mean, Muddy is someone that, specifically in this stage, we've gotten to see a decent amount from, and I think is more than capable of opening up these rounds. And Dodonut, this might be a smidge of a slower start here, Gompers, but like, we know the capability here, and when Donut is popping off, she is popping off. Like, I'll tell you what.
I agree, and I feel like from Muddy too, I'm not going to say we've seen poor performances coming out from Muddy recently, because they are, I mean, there have been times where they kind of like what you said with Dodonut, they're really showing up for the team. I do feel like we haven't necessarily seen like the full capability of what Muddy is truly made of, right? So, I mean, for me, we've seen Dodonut really show up in the servers. Of course, I mean, coming down against that game with TSM, really having to take that step up and play alongside the calls that Mel is making. So I feel like in terms of cohesion, it might be just a little bit more there in terms of Shopify Rebellion Gold to lead Dodonut there to that victory alongside that team. But I don't know, Legacy Kingdom, it's still having to pick up that slack that they had last week, that they had the week before, and really trying to figure out, what is working and what isn't. For me, I feel like really just elevating that Raze play, because we've seen dominant performances out of Raze from Muddy. So I'm really hoping we can see that again.
Hey, for these teams that 1 and 2, you're talking about wanting to see a performance and a step up from week to week. I mean, the teams definitely have this opportunity, and I think that both are going to be completely fired up heading into the server today to try and make sure that they can start making this run to claw their way into these positive records and try and secure a spot into that all-important playoffs. And for today's series, I can't wait to see where it's going to end up. And we have our map picks and bans. Of course, we're a decent chunk into this, so we're getting a little bit more information. But okay, Legacy Ash, first pick Haven. I love this.
So do I. I think it's no surprise that Legacy picks into this map. It's the one that they've had the most reps on. They've been very successful on Haven with an 83% win rate, being 5-1 within recent history. But that hasn't actually been shown within Challengers. That was in those third-party events, and it's something that they haven't really brought to the table for this stage quite yet. But at the same time, that does mean that there's footage to go back on as well, right? There's a lot more that SRG can look into, but these squads for that first map, they also have very different approaches when it comes down to the compositions we're seeing. For Legacy, they like that double controller with the neon. Meanwhile, for SRG, they've typically just been running that like standard Haven comp with that ISO and Yoru. So very different looks and approaches from these two teams.
Yeah, kind of touching base on the Haven as well. I mean, for Shopify, it is kind of just resorting back to also the fact that we have seen a lot of changes come through from Haven. For this team, is it going to be linear for them? I'm not quite sure. In terms of the unpredictability, I feel like it is a little bit more on Shopify Rebellion's side in terms of that compositional aspect. But I am excited because we have seen like a pretty pivotal loss come through from Lotus, against Winthrop. So lots of mistakes, I'd say, on the side of Legacy Kingdom. So for this map to be brought back out, I do feel like, is there the opportunity for that decider to kind of make way for this team of Legacy to kind of reiterate those mistakes and maybe fix them up a little bit? So I am hoping that might be the case here.
I think leaning then into the next two maps, right? For Sunset, I feel like my eyes are going to be on how Legacy looks to deal with that double sentinel composition that SRG have been leaning into. Of course, being forced to then start out on the attacking side instead there on Sunset, with Legacy kind of picking that up. But I say that. But even while I'm saying that, they also did have like quite a nice comfort on that attacking side with how they're looking to set Dodona up. A lot of reliance on Mel and her paranoia, and then you've also got that grab net to try and get these opportunities for Dodona to like catch some players off guard as they're either like forced into the crouch or trying to get out of the grab net off the sound queue and whatnot. So I'm really curious to see how that head-to-head is going to go. I know that for SRG, they're also coming off of that 10-13 loss on Sunset too. So something where that squad, I know Mel has been working probably very closely with Effie's, with Veer, to figure out where things went wrong in that Nightblood gaming matchup, because it was so close. So a lot that they can look towards to fix up heading into today. So I'm expecting strong adjustments coming out to Sunset with that pick going for map 2.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a banger of the series. I think with these adjustments that SRG have been making, as well as just this battle of the IGLs within the server, because that was a big piece of the puzzle last week when we saw Mel go up against Screwface. I think it's going to be a great one, a great test for Mel to have that bounce back from last week, and a great thing for Corrupt too to be able to call here for these teams to try and get 2-2. But for us, for how we officially thought this series was going to be wrapping up for the day, I mean, I'm not going to lie, guys. Looking at the predictions, I had to go with my girls here. It seems like we're all on the same page here, except for Vans. Vans is against us, but I mean, Gomps, SRG.
I'm just all for them. I feel like last time I voted for them against, going against that game in TSM, and obviously they didn't prove me wrong. So I'm not feeling like they're going to prove me wrong here. Again, like I said, it really is just every single game is improvement. Every single game is 1% better. And even then, sometimes 10%. So I never, ever, ever have seen a game where I truly think these girls are ever in a state of, no, we did a little bit worse than last time. It's always, all right, well, we did this better. Let's just do this better. So I feel like that in itself is exciting.
I think for myself, when I look at this map, I'm looking to last week and how they're able to play. I feel like, of course, Winthrop is one of the top teams we have. Do not get me wrong here. But it just felt like Winthrop was very ahead. Whereas for Shopify Rebellion Gold, that loss that they had versus Nightblood, I felt like that was something where it could have been a third map. It could have been that win. So it was something that I feel like there was a little bit of this potential turnaround to where I had to go with them. But Ash, I want to know your thoughts too. I love when we're all aligned. Like, what's up?
Hey, it's not as fun. It's not as fun, I feel like, when we're all aligned. But
That is also
I think
true.
that You make really good points there, Sierra. I feel like the losses and wins for Legacy Kingdom have been a lot more volatile. And when you look at some of those
Mhm.
score lines, and it does have to do with the caliber of opponents that they're facing up against. And I think that for SRG, it's a great conversation of like how close that game was that they had last week was, that win up against TSM as well on top of that. And how much I know this team loves to work on fixing a lot of those mistakes, locking down some of the maybe like timing differences, some of the set plays, and tightening up some of that spacing. But I also know that on the side of Legacy, Kingdom Corrupt has really big ideas that they're trying to bring to the table. I think that I get a little bit nervous when we do lean into that Lotus. If we go do a third map, I think there's a potential possibility that SRG can take this in a 2-0. But if we go to map number 3, I feel like that could swap up to be either team's matchup. Legacy Kingdom have a lot of reps on Lotus right now, and for SRG, they haven't shown as much on it. But then that also is making me wonder, like, okay, what else are they like cooking up in the background? Because they put Alexis onto that Vice, they have that double control. There's Noya being on that Viper lurk as well, and so many pieces where it's a lot of those reps that are going to just have to come into play behind the scenes for how they're looking to make that game plan of theirs work.
I mean, for the sake of my predictions, looking at that 2-0, for the sake of the content and this great series ahead, I really do hope that we get that Lotus. I also hope for everyone's sake, we can get some games resolved because there has been a crash. So we're just waiting on a player. So with that, we're going to send it to a quick break. On the other end, it's going to be SRG up against Legacy Kingdom. Stay tuned. Thank you, everyone, so much for waiting. SRG going up against Legacy Kingdom. And we had seen a recent switch from SRG, but it looks like we're going back to what is comfortable. It is going to be Donut single duelist here, Ash. So looking at compositions that are, dare I say, exactly the same?
Yeah, I think heading into this mirror matchup is going to be very telling of how the rest of the series could look, right? And we saw them lean into previously that Yoru ISO composition during Game Changers, but I guess technically this is just the same comp they've been running throughout Challengers on the side of SRG. I'm excited to see what that head-to-head is going to look like between Muddy and Dodona after we talked about it so much. The adjustments to like that neon relay bolt as well, and those timings going to be really key when it comes down to that self setup, assisted by both Tim and Mel, with the paranoia as being, I think, the major pieces of utility that will help the Neons in with a lot of that zoning when they do go for those final segments.
Yeah, and it's also cool to see, I mean, obviously we've seen Muddy on the Neon for quite some time, kind of like redirecting away from something that we've seen of the Rays for so many maps, right? So I know we haven't seen them officially play Haven in regards to like the Challenger season so far, but I feel like this is good. I feel like Muddy needed something a little more fast-paced. Rays had, yeah, that damage util, but in regards to Neon, I feel like it's also easier to kind of just play with the util that is being handed to you, as you're super quick to the site, you're super well oriented with the team, and I feel like everything has to be perfect, but in a way that pushes Legacy to play together better. So for me, best case scenario for this team, I'm hyped to see it.
So excited to get down to a mirror match for these teams to try and go even within the Challengers scene. We've highlighted the head-to-heads. We've highlighted the great minds. It's time to see how it all plays out as we head into the server. Just kidding. We're not going into the server right yet. I was just really excited to see the match, guys. It's just like Monday stuff on a Tuesday, another game crashing. So we'll spend another second yapping, my bad. We can go back over what I'm excited for here. So that's a great time here. I think too, one thing I wanted to talk about when you see SRG go back to this comp is I would have loved to see that double duelist, because I think that was such a fun idea that they brought out yesterday in Game Changers, considering that isn't something that we necessarily see the most out of them. But I think Sarah, someone who we haven't talked about on the day, has been absolutely frying on the Sova no matter what game that she's in. So to see her back on this pick, amazing. Jonah 6 on the other side, so excited to see him back. So that'll just be a great time. And it turns out that I have yapped enough that my analysts don't have to chime in here. The game is ready. We're good, guys. So let's head into the server for real now with your casters, Marks and Van Silly, to take you through Haven.
Thank you, Sierra. Thank you, Gompers, and thank you, Ash. And yes, indeed, now we're popping our cheers now. It's Marks and Van Silly on the mic, and it's time to coin this day. July 29th as Shopify Rebellion Day, because we have a doubleheader of SR games to go. Starting with the gold game, though, here, Marks, we are going into Haven, where the Des has touched upon it for a bit. We've seen them test around this double duelist on the side that Fnatic like coined it on that side for the past year. But now they're going into this more type of mix of G2 with this Viper Wall, but trying to add aggression with this Neon. So what's your take now on this head-to-head?
It really is interesting, and I would like to note that these teams, like both of them, have run out with this composition on this map previously. Shopify Rebellion Gold, only in Challengers, actually, Stage 3 specific, have been running this. And, you know, that does raise a couple of questions. If they just played the double duelist, exactly like you said yesterday, what would make them swap into this composition? Well, they were successful against TSM, not successful against Envy. So, you know, but that's kind of Envy for you. So I imagine that they do have a couple of ideas and they want to kind of work out some of these, because to me, this says that they're confident in this composition, specifically within the Challengers. And maybe if it continues to work out well, then branch it into some of the other tournaments as well, right?
Yeah. Well, at least for now, Shopify have been doing a good job to kick off this pistol, working the map a bit, realizing the weaknesses towards B, breaking out this alarm bot, and looking to re-hit into the garage. But two players of Legacy are currently waiting there, and first blood is drawn by Legacy, but it gets quickly traded out. The death ball is perfect for SRG as they split into an open C site.
And once again, it's Sarah lighting up the kill feed. Sarah having a pretty fantastic game. Last time we saw Shopify Rebellion Gold, the spike now going down here. It's going to be 3v4 onto this retake as soon as the rest of Legacy can group themselves up, but it's really going to be dependent on Jonah kind of just making their way over there. Corrupt going to start us off.
He's like strolling on a weekend cart path there going through, but at least there's some battles happening towards the seaside. It's a 1-for-1, which runs enough time for Jonah to meet up with Corrupt, but not until Corrupt is low on HP. Goes for a peek. Sarah's looking for the ace already. Quad in the round and picks it up on that pistol. A great start now for Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Yep, and of course, it's Sarah. Just absolutely shooting, absolutely hitting all the heads that Shopify Rebellion needed. Legacy Kingdom, they lose out that pistol round. A great start for Shopify there, as we start to get a better idea on kind of what this head-to-head is going to be looking like. Of course, too, looking on the Legacy side as well, seeing people like Tim kind of come back onto that Smokes Agent, that Omen. We've seen Tim play extremely well before. And so, once again, assuming that we can kind of get these combos of utilities working out, I'm really excited to see what Muddy can do.
Yeah. Muddy and the rest of their crew are looking to add pressure into the choke. So if Noya falls, well, not until she headshots Jonah first, but should get traded out here. There you go. But that's going to give an opportunity for the rest of Shopify Rebellion Gold to even tempo quickly up towards that seaside. That wall was threatening a push down towards C in the very beginning. Now they can maximize orbs as Sarah picks it up and they move into a seaside. Once again, another open path. But look at this position you see here, Marks. Alexis is winning all the way behind just to try to cut the rotates in this post plant.
Yeah, one of the things that Alexis had mentioned was, you know, swapping onto that Sentinel role allows you to frag out a bit more individualistically. And especially, too, where this Killjoy is positioned, this could be deadly. Obviously, Legacy, I don't know whether or not they're going to full send it or full commit onto the site, given the weapon disadvantage here, but Alexis is a good ace in the pocket of Shopify.
Well, looks like they are going for it, not looking to die to Spike. This gives an opportunity for Sarah to go a bit on a hunt and try to pick up the last kill here, but we're actually not giving her the lower weapon so she can start hunting things down. She's going straight for it with the Phantom. Although you can see the spike's about to go off, and yet you're choosing differently here, realizing that you're going to walk into the trap of the last two players out towards that C-Link. So you are going to forfeit the opportunity to get the ult into round 3 right away, but there's still that open path for them to work very slowly around the map to try to leverage a Hunter's Fury in their bonus round.
Yeah, and I want to start us out with exactly what we're seeing in this replay here, right? Because this wall gets put up and it allows Noya to just kind of snake her way through and get a free kill onto Orb, because you see the pressure coming through from short, from sewers, basically, to try and understand where those players are, scope out that A site, maybe get the jump on somebody. But because of how that Viper's wall is placed, Noya gets a kill for free, stopping Jonah from being able to pick up that orb. So an excellent little kind of micro play going on here. And once again, when talking about kind of the strategic depth, you know that Shopify are going to be bringing all their notebooks to class today, because they are one of the teams that does the most amount of preparation for these matches.
100%. You're already see the type of execution that, you know, even pro teams at the tier 1 level are currently doing. The fast lanes and then the Omen TP on the top just to protect the spike. And they still have very good weaponry to play into the post plant. And who better than Sarah to get the Hunter's Fury after that plant? So lots of win conditions coming out for Shopify Rebellion Gold to hold this post plant as there's smokes on smokes. First tap coming through, baits out the Hunter's Fury right away, but she's going to get so many pings. That's 1 and 2. More of them falling down on the side. Tim's low on HP, finally picked off. There's the pushback though from Legacy. Spike now looking to get defused by Muddy, and they're closing a one-on-one. It's up to Sarah again with another attempted ace, and she will capitalize on it.
Hey, Sarah used the Hunter's Fury that round. Already now halfway up to getting that ultimate back online. An unbelievable performance coming in from the Sova. 10-0. Nobody else in the server has gotten over 2 kills. Sarah is frying today in the server. That is just unbelievable stuff coming out from Shopify. An excellent hold and honestly just good utilization of that utility. We know that Shopify are one of those teams that like to rely on their utility a little more for those post-plant positionings, but what an ace coming out from Sarah to just kind of seal the deal on the round. Legacy got to be feeling that one after that round.
Yeah, ISO what? She doesn't need the ISO anymore in this double duelist cup for SRG. You're starting to see a little bit more why SRG goes back into leaning into this composition. with Donut here as this Neon. Maybe it's just playing the comfort picks as well. You have now fragging capabilities around Noyan and Alexis, and Sarah just gets to play her own game on one of her best agents as well. I also think about the Breach, which we haven't seen as much these days for Shopfire Rebellion Gold, but you definitely know here as the initiator role, Sarah could definitely step up to the plate. Now, for this round though, Mars, you could definitely see that SRG are scoping the map a little bit more, afraid of some sort of stack from Legacy side.
And this is a really patient play coming out from Legacy 2. They've got money extended all the way down C, so they have an idea that it either has to be this B or A site. And thankfully, they've made the read correctly. 3 agents back up the defense.
Oof. That recon dart's going to get so much value, so the site smoke's not going to do much to allow Blast to fall away. But they do have enough players around the site. Headshots all around from the Sheriffs, and the spike's already down. You're looking now for Alexis and Mel on a 2 versus 4 to try to salvage this round back. Thankfully, the weapons are still far out of reach on the defensive side, so the rifles that they have might come into fruition until Tim says no.
Wow.
It's actually on the side of Legacy that answers back with Sheriffs on a thrifty round with such a great start for Shopper Rebellion Gold. That's how you're starting to come back on the side of the defense.
I like how that last round we're like, oh, Legacy, they got to be shaking in their boots after Sarah just kind of dunked on them. And then they come out with an absolutely phenomenal Sheriff play there. And that time around, I think it might have just been Shopify Rebellion underestimating the amount of point presence that existed, because Legacy, they didn't really necessarily set up crossfires either. They just had the people presence watching at some of these weird angles. And then as soon as Shopify exit in out of the smokes, it was just a headshot to shut things down. So excellent little play from them.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the alarm bot, Viper wall, really damaged some players across, getting good value out of this. But look at this fight. Morsi now towards the A side. It's a long battle, and Muddy's the one that gets the difference against Donut in that mirror matchup, and also allowing Legacy to get a player advantage, forcing now SRG to slow things down and play a lot more individually. Alexis looking to peek out, stopped by Muddy, and that spike right away. Or President now in a 1 versus 3. Can she actually get it done here? If you're looking at the money, they don't have the best of money. So this is a possibility for her to save, unless right in this moment, she isolates individual fights and has the opportunity to do so right now. Finally spotted now by Muddy. Here is the gap being closed, as well as Corrupt is meeting up with his teammate, and also Blast is closing that gap.
As patient as ever from both of these sides. I mean, at this point, if you're Legacy, you know that you've got more than enough wiggle room here. Noya has to make the first move and is going to be pushing into A.
Probably a jiggle first. An opportunity once again for individual 1v1s, but Muddy again still too clean around the corner. That's 3 separate off angles that was being played on the defensive side of this Neon that worked out so well here for their defense, and that breaks the econ on the side of SRG. An opportunity now for Legacy to already tie things up going into round number 6.
Yeah, moving into round number 6, the big question is how does Shopify really change up what they're doing against this? Because that time around, it just felt like they were trying to take these attack angles and getting overwhelmed by the point presence of Legacy, pushing out of A side, and then of course Muddy just kind of ducking, dodging, diving out of the way, so Donut had no idea what was going on. Muddy just ran rampant on the team, and once again, we're seeing Noya go for that little tuck away and hopefully looking for a potential kill, but I think Legacy are going to be aware of it.
Right now, though, she has an opportunity for a free kill. Oh, just a sidestep a little bit too much.
Unlucky.
Muddy was able to flick back for that kill, and you saw the idea for SRG. On a lower buy, usually you want to try to just go for a plant towards this B site, so you're trying to pull rotates. Couldn't get these big support coming out from the Hunter's Fury, and unfortunately, the plan to push and pull around Haven is not working out for the gold roster from Shopify Rebellion, leaving now Alexis alone on a 1v4, and this should be another easy round for Legacy. But you definitely see here what you were just mentioning before, Marks, the threat that you have from this Viper wall that Noya keeps running back and forth towards you. Because when this wall comes up, you also don't force yourself to shoot a recon dart on the side of Jonah. So you could allow to fake a presence or even make them think that there's nobody there, which that allowed Noya to get an upper hand in the first place in that round number 2. But this time, though, Alexis picks up a rifle, and she's going to try to make it expensive against Legacy.
Yeah, look at the chokeholds Legacy have on that B site. So many different opportunities, so many different angles for them to be watching as Alexis spots Jonah first.
Yeah, and not enough there for that first pick, although she had the first opportunity to shoot against Corrupt. No damage being done. Corrupt makes it out alive with 11 HP remaining into the round. But what was such a hot start on that side? We kind of jinxed it, Marks, I guess, because we were talking about 10-0 for Sarah, and unfortunately, she's been stopped in her tracks since. Legacy was able to get their money right from that Sheriff round.
I mean, you talk about Sarah being stopped in her tracks, but honestly, the entirety of Shopify Rebellion Gold feel like they've been stopped in their tracks. Legacy Kingdom doing a fantastic job of taking these very early engagements, while Shopify Rebellion Gold don't seem like they're really ready to kind of expect any of that. Look at this, it's just a complete push out, and Legacy find 3.
Well, that's amazing. Already going into a flawless. Mel went for a TP and was forced to cancel, and now it's a full roster pushing in against her on both sides. There's that slide, and Neon is so annoying to play against. Do something about that still. The fact that you can just slide across, do a relay bolt, and bring your weapon out before anybody can react is still quite a little bit impressive.
A little bit. Just kind of like a look at me go. Oh, now I've got my gun in my hand. Watch out. But yeah, like it's these super early aggressive pushes that right now that we're seeing Legacy take and ultimately like win out. To be fair, if you're Shopify Rebellion Gold, you're like, okay, yeah, we're gonna make sure that we set ourselves up, keep everything in check. What do you mean 3 people are pushing outside of B right now and they're all aiming at us? It's just something you don't expect given how these last couple of rounds have gone. A felt like it was always that point pressure where Legacy were trying to get their space, but now that they've got rifles and now that they're feeling a lot more confident, we're seeing Legacy go for a lot more of these set plays very early on in the round to give themselves such an advantage against Shopify. And if you're hoping that Sarah can kind of pull out aces every single round to win your rounds, that simply will not happen as a possible game plan if you are Shopify Rebellion Gold.
And also a change of pace that they did on the side of Legacy by just walking down middle and pushing out towards Garage, something that wasn't expected on the side here for Shopify. But sometimes, especially with the Viper composition on the defense, you should expect these type of pressures that are coming out here from Legacy. Although the way that they're setting up their walls on defense is really to deny visibility from B and A site, and maybe on that second round deny visibility and pressure on the long C side. So SRG after this timeout looks like it's probably going to try to stay and make sure that they stay on their toes and maybe leverage a little bit more of Alexis's utility and early Sarah utility. But that will have to wait until they're past this eco round, walking into a full Killjoy setup on the A site.
Yeah, that's going to make it that much more difficult. I mean, the utility is going to be coming out here, so there will be a push, but now Jonah as well as Blast are watching this site.
Just a little bit of delay coming in from the first place as they realize that the KJ utility is there with the Viper, so very difficult to get through, especially if you're looking at these site smokes happening. Like, how are you going to try to get into the site when you're walking through a wall and an Omen smoke? So smart here for Shopify to reassess how they want to rework the map. Yes, they're going to make a bit of noise, but it's not going to be heard yet because look at how passively Legacy are playing from that B and C link side. So Al Jones spots nobody. They realize no threat on that side, and they want to try to re-hit towards A.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, though. Unfortunately, not as much utility in their pockets to try and make this one happen, but Sarah's dart is going to come back online, so they will have a bit of information as Blast is going to be taking the brunt of the pressure.
And now clothesline as you're trying to run through with the finger blaster, but nobody is able to cross that line of scrimmage outside of the Neon as soon as the defensive Viper wall came up. And it looked like there was an opportunity there, though, Marks, because there was a early rotate coming out from Legacy. They only left Blast alone towards that site, yet we're still able to hold it.
And it feels like history is repeating itself on that A site. There were 3 rounds earlier where we saw Shopify Rebellion Gold go for that A attack side, and it felt like it was one of those things where as soon as they walked out of the smokes, there wasn't necessarily the flash put in the right place. You know, the smokes may not have been down, and then we just see Legacy just kind of farm them as they walk in. They don't even get in onto the site to get that spike down, and this has happened multiple rounds. And so if you are Shopify Rebellion Gold, you got to start to think maybe A is not going to be our site, because pretty much all throughout this entire match thus far, that A site has really not worked for this attack. As we see they get poised up yet again. Looks like they will be a little bit more stubborn about this. They understand the Killjoy isn't here anymore, and that might give a couple of opportunities to make this attack just a little bit easier.
Both teams are playing this quite well, though, Marks, because SRG has yet to threaten the C site since the pistol round, so they post the opera on that side. And immediately at the minute mark, Jonah used both the recon and the owl drone, spotting nothing and thinking that it's clear. And now you're starting to see the execution coming out of SRG. I mean, the ult does it still clears out the right side of that A site, as they thought there is still some anchoring players in there. But soon they'll realize that there's nobody there playing towards the A side, so they chose the right one to hit from the first place.
It's a 4-person flank coming behind. This is going to be an interesting retake from Legacy. Sarah's going to have to do it all.
Indeed she will. That's already 3 in a 1v1 close range, finally stopped by Muddy. But things are definitely muddy on the other side of the A side. It's going to be impossible for Jonah to walk into this pit. And what are you going to do now with the overdrive? Nothing. Stunned out and giving your position away. This should be a freebie out for SRG towards the end again, with Sarah Cat just deadlifting towards the A side hold.
You know what? My bad. Sorry, Sarah. I wasn't familiar with your game there. Yeah, I was like, okay, given how Legacy have done this is going to be a tall order even for Sarah, and yet still walks away with 3 kills. In the midst of all of it, unfortunately, Alexis goes down, but all things considered, a good round from Shopify Rebellion. If you are Legacy, you're kind of okay with how that went because you forced out 2 very big ultimates in the lockdown as well as the Viper's Pit. So not the worst thing coming out from Legacy. They've got more than enough money to continue that buy forwards. And of course, they still have their own lockdown available for whenever they choose to do it. Looks like this time though, Shopify Rebellion adding a bit more pressure onto the C site, which so far hasn't really been the play from this team, as Muddy almost catches somebody with the operator, and down goes the GOAT. Sarah, unfortunately, through the smoke, gets hit with that giant sniper rifle.
Now, Tim on the other side, too, is anchoring out towards A, so all those extremities that was trying to get picked up here by SRG gets fully denied. Now it's going to have to come down to hero plays out from the remaining 3 players from SRG. I gotta say, it's a nice plan from Legacy from that previous round into this one, too. I think that 4-player flank into the A side against Sarah was quite nice because they knew about the Hunter's Fury available. This time, they didn't have to use it on that previous round. Potentially could go for a late drone back into a C side Hunter's Fury, but then Muddy's able to stop that right away. So now you're gambling for a hit towards the B site, nothing to break that KJ utility. So it'll be difficult to entry until you kill people through smokes again. So Alexis opens it up for a bit, gives a chance and a fighting chance for Shopify.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the spike will go down. Never mind. They're actually calling an audible. Going to be moving themselves around. Now will be planting the spike. My eye right now is on Jonah's position. We'll be wrapping up with the rest of the team, but could be good here.
Just waiting for Muddy to meet up with him so they could actually go for a 3-2-1 swing on that side. Wall comes right back into the B site after the lockdown's gone. Mel gives her position away. There's that double swing out. TP's away to safety. No, actually just got wallbanged right after as a second relay bullet hits her. And unfortunately, the remaining players inside the site until Donut is trying to do whatever she can to deny this defuse, but it will not happen. A clean retake in the end now for Legacy, as what was such a hot start rather for SRG, as now Legacy taking full control back on the defensive side.
Yeah, they more or less just kind of kicked Shopify out of the driver's seat and then just started driving the car themselves. That round, honestly, just defined purely by sprays through smokes. I know that Riot said that they were going to reduce the number of bullets in the gun, so that can't quite happen, but still, I mean, the op shot through it, like, you can't even fathom that even happening to your team, and you really can't account for that, especially such a key pivotal pick onto Sarah, making it that much more difficult for Shopify to kind of ground themselves. And so we're seeing them, it's a bit of a scattered buy, 2 rounds left in this half, and they do have that Hunter's Fury online, but on the other side, Legacy, like, they're just kind of ranking these ultimates up. Corrupt just needs 1 more ultimate orb. We'll have the pit available. So a lot of things available and honestly in favor of Legacy to continue to start to roll these rounds forwards.
They're leaving Muddy right now to bait so that Corrupt could maybe try to swing out right after. So he's going to have to shoot this drone. That still gives a chance now for Corrupt to stay within his spot. But you're starting to see it. What happened here at the beginning of these rounds, just both Sova is finding early information for the team. You know that SRG, at least we know that they've invested into this round enough so they could buy into the next. So still a pretty decent buy. 3 rifles to work with, looking to split towards the C side, looking to pull rotates one more time. And there's an opportunity to once again use value out of this Hunter's Fury. Sarah's now moving up.
There it is.
But it's being shot this time for the A site link. No pings.
Flood in on at the site now. Blast actually holding this angle. And Tim and Blast are able to find two. As the spike goes down, only 30 seconds left. So Shopify have to make a move fast, and look at that pinch.
Exactly. Corrupt's already behind. Sees all the information from the front. And a collapse towards the end, too, from Muddy. Coming in from the C-Link. I mean, we'll take those any day. And that was what was stopped in their tracks. SRG had a great start walking into the C site, but as soon as he went for that pop, looks like they got caught off guard here by the players anchoring all the way back towards that C site.
And it feels like that's the big thing right now. In all of these different sites, aside from B, Shopify Rebellion are just having a really difficult time getting into the actual site. And sure, like, you should have enough flash presence given the paranoia, given the relay bolts as well. But, oh yeah, we get to see that lovely little collat there to end out that round. But they're playing fearfully off of that operator. Obviously, Muddy has been doing an excellent job at kind of wrangling in that intimidation factor. And yet still, they're not able to necessarily execute into these sites cleanly. Legacy are always stopping them, it feels, before that spike goes down. The times that Shopify actually get that spike down, it's looking pretty clean from them as long as they've got the numbers. But Legacy simply do not let them even get to that chance from happening.
Paranoia with the recon to get information. It'll ping two, and the wall bangs. Not good enough. Hunter's Fury to counteract here from the bottom of the C site. Trying to take down Blast, but he's the one blasting down SRG with the wide swing. That's already two down, and Sarah's trying to meet up with the rest of her teammates as two of them are stuck inside the garage. Corrupt one more time, just trying to cut the rotate. Not going to give his position away. Now they could anchor up in a 4-1 split. And now things are starting to slow down for a bit, but looking very good for Legacy to hold off towards the seaside. Wow. 3-2-1 triple swing, and Blast himself is looking for it. He's denied by Alexis, but the spike is down out in the open. They have to her position. Oh, okay, a clean headshot though onto Muddy. But that, until Corrupt once again is lurking. She knows about the late garage hit because the alarm bot, or should I say the turret, was broken, but unfortunately did not know where the pathing of Corrupt was going to be. And Corrupt gets the backstab, allowing Legacy to capitalize on so many rounds here on their defensive side with the lead of 8-4.
Hey, chicken count. Add it to 1. The Killjoy turret got a kill there. That is kind of crazy to see there. But once again, it feels like these just executes were just simply not working for Shopify Rebellion there. And honestly, all credit to Blast really showcasing that aim ability. Obviously, the rest of the team of Legacy were behind him as well, making sure that they were ready for the swing, ready for the trades, but just with pure aim duels, was able to win that out. And I want to point everyone's attention to the number of kills for both of these teams. Obviously, Sarah still topped the leaderboard, you know, was kind of frying people there, but the rest of Shopify Rebellion really aren't getting up there. Meanwhile, Legacy, it feels a lot more even, a lot across the board. And I think that that just kind of shows right now really how this map has been going.
Definitely. And if anything now too, if we want to have our positivity from both of these teams, this type of composition though does allow it for you to have a stronger defensive side. You're denying a lot with the Viper Wall, you're forcing decays, and then you're getting max value out of your KJ utility. So an 8 round on the defense for Legacy doesn't necessarily mean that they're dominating this series so far, because Shopify in this mirror comm has the opportunity to do the same thing.
And a bit of a different Viper Wall that we're seeing from Shopify Rebellion Gold compared to the one that Legacy like to put up here. And that one's good because it denies a lot of that C site as well as garage. Mel just watching as well, just on the outside here, is execute from Legacy will be underway.
Paranoia is slowing him down too, so that allows her Noya to just full focus in the front of the C side first. Met up now by Mel on top of that. The wide swing coming through, fighting inside the smoke. Tim gets the opener, and then they go for a trip swing out through the smoke. And Legacy is plastered onto the kill feed all across the board as they dominate the C side defense from Shopify, leaving now Sarah alone. I mean, she's had an incredible pistol, but not this time around.
And sure, Shopify Rebellion Gold, they were able to get the first pistol round here. Legacy swinging back completely. And honestly, it was just kind of like, you ain't stopping this ship this time. Legacy, 3 members just walking around, swarming around as a single cohesive unit, making sure that they're ready for any of these trades and isolating the members of Shopify Rebellion Gold, kind of digging their heels in onto that C site. And honestly, that seems to be Legacy's style. We saw multiple rounds where they just kind of grouped up, ape strong together, move out there and secure all the kills necessary to win out those initial gunfights. And I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that as they continue to be this kind of fast, aggressive mob running into the Shopify Rebellion Gold squad.
They're also all crouched towards long C to kick things off, and nobody's peeking out. So look at the patience being displayed now on the side of Legacy. They're doing some good damage, though, at least from the side of Shopify. Spikes down, and Blast is holding the corner with a couple of shots. Can the trade come through? And unfortunately not. That was an opportunity there, but too much noise being done, and did not expect a super late lurk coming out from Blast. And Legacy is able to stay alive within what could have been more dangerous as Shopify Rebellion were able to set themselves up after picking up these weapons.
Yeah, and that time around, Shopify Rebellion kind of taking a page out of Legacy's book. You can tell that Legacy were not prepared for that. They came in with pistols and still were able to really even out the playing field. And it wasn't until Blast kind of had this kind of crazy late, I wouldn't even call it a lurk necessarily, but just advancement onto C to back up the rest of the team that they caught Shopify in a bit of a timing there. Very aggressive from Legacy this time around. They're kind of storming the gates there, but immediately have to recall thanks to Alexis's utility. And so they just flush a little bit of that out and immediately just recall back as it looks like we're getting ready for a B-side hit.
Yeah, with this push in, even though the alarm bot didn't sound, they realized that the KG utility is out there. So maybe a little bit more weaknesses coming in from Shopify Rebellion Gold's defense on that B side. A solo TP inside and out, a TP out, forcing now the crossfires to come in from SRG. Now they can pivot back towards the A side, especially now that the Owl drone has not spotted anything yet. So we're trying to make a lot of noise here. We're trying to force the rotates out. Look at Muddy already running through it, making so much of that noise and to kick things off with a relay bolt. And now Blast gets the opener into the garage. The pivot comes back towards that C site. Noya has to come up huge here, but unfortunately gets picked off as soon as the smoke blooms by Tim. And that, unfortunately, now should be the same type of story that we've seen in the first half for Shopify Rebellion Gold, where Legacy should be able to convert their bonus round.
It's so fast. Going from watching Legacy kind of play things, they still had 30 seconds to get that spike down and not only hit A, but also hit B, and then finally ended up in C. It's all over the place and kind of this uber fast default style where they force out all of the utility from Shopify Rebellion Gold, making it so much more difficult to hold everything. All the mollies, all the smokes had to get expended because they were anticipating Legacy to just be so fast. And as fast as they run in onto the site, they immediately recalled and just forced everything out from Shopify, making it such an easy plant as Shopify have no choice right now except to go for a save. That was honestly Legacy just kind of toying with Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Yeah, and even Blast is holding W with the knife out, looking for opponents on the other end, just to try to get closer here to the Killjoy ult and try to maximize that if they need to use it in the long run. But thankfully here, nobody falls from the remaining members of Shopify Rebellion Gold, so it allows for them to have some sort and muster up some sort of a broken buy. Playing a judge on Alexis, wouldn't be surprised here to put her into the garage or play anywhere close with a judge down sewers, front B. But Legacy here so far, Marks, have been doing quite well since that Sheriff round that they displayed in that round number 4.
That was like the TSN turning point, honestly. That might be too much of a local reference here, but it honestly was. Like, as soon as they had that moment where they were like, oh, we can just shoot them with our Sheriffs and win a round that easily, you could tell that there was a complete shift in the momentum there. Originally, that kind of aggro style of taking map presence, pushing out of C, pushing out of A, it felt a little bit more timid because they were worried about what Shopify were going to do until that Sheriff round happened, and they were like, hey, we can shoot them. They're not going to shoot us as good. Let's just take that advantage and completely run away with it. And since then, it has been non-stop. Like, look at the rounds on your screen right now. It is all Legacy besides that round number 9 that went to Shopify Rebellion Gold. So you know they're feeling nice and confident. Shopify Rebellion, though, taking that time out to hopefully settle their heads a little bit, re-strategize things, calm things down, and see if you can slowly start to climb that ladder back up. Once again, 1% per match they get better, and they got to make sure that they keep their heads cool in these tough scenarios.
Especially when you're falling behind now by so much for SRG. Trying to maximize everything. You see the position. They are putting Alexis into the garage. But here is that. Oh my gosh. I mean, the TP across should have given you an idea in the first place to try to get one, but to be 2 players out in the open for that 3-2-1 swing, looks like it really caught SRG off guard, and that might be an instant try to save. Look at Mel already falling back out towards the A link, smoking and trying to stay behind. And that, I mean, if you're looking at marks, you're moving into the next round with still just a judge and a guardian. So your riflers that you had on those that save, it's so far out of reach for them to pick this up.
Cover going out.
Yeah, that is unbelievable stuff kind of going off the round. I mean, on top of that too, excellent headshots kind of coming in. Excellent just job on that double tap to secure 2 right off the bat there. But Shopify Rebellion Gold, like they took the space, and there really wasn't much else that really fell into their favor on trying to support the 2 players that had pushed up. They were kind of hoping just to take those gun duels. And when we have that kind of triple swing, triple threat coming in from Legacy, well, even just by a pure numbers game, they're going to come out positive in those swings. And so, yeah, we're seeing Shopify just try and close the door, find a couple of kills here. And it turns out the only person finding kills is going to be Blast to seal out that round. So the save won't even come through for Shopify Rebellion Gold. This is a very, very tough map if you're Shopify here, fans.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at that point, you're spamming so many weapons on the outside of the A side saying, hey, look at me, come try to chase us down. They did. It's easy, free key there coming in from Blast right after. This could have been an opportunity for them to keep at least one of those rifles into the next round, but you can see at least they're able to muster up some sort of a decent buy. Still some Guardians to work with small armors, but you could definitely see on the attack side, though, from Legacy that they're holding a buddy system that really seems to oppress SRG. These 3-2-1s, double swings, triple swings are really throwing SRG for a loop.
And it feels like it's consistently throwing them through a loop. We're seeing now Tim go for a potential teleport play, or at least scout out a little bit of information. And this is as slow as ever from Legacy, which is completely different than every single round thus far on their attack. Finally, they will be advancing forward. Sarah using the Owl Drone, and that's going to keep him at bay just for a second as Blast is continuously watching mid. But as that Owl Drone expires, we're going to see Legacy slowly start to creep up towards A, as Alexis might actually have this timing onto Blast.
You can definitely see that they were trying to figure out the Owl Drone, rather, saw somebody just around the corner unless it expired, because nobody rotated after that for SRG. So for them, it seems as though they want to hold. Unfortunately, not hold well enough. Alexis trying to play the out in the open rifle round, but gets caught off and gives an opportunity now for Legacy to just entry towards his B site. Another one of those TPs baiting out the utility. And with Alexis down, those nanoswarms are also down. I think also SRG will be down on this map. Until Noya, though, turns around the corner. Beautiful shots coming across, but answer back with money of 2 of his own. 3 versus 1.
Not ready yet.
Now it's Mel solo. Bulldog in hand, trying to salvage up a rifle here, but the more that she has to walk and re-clear these angles, the more the clock is going to be against her. And when you see the setup from Legacy, 3 players all across this C site for a huge crossfire setup. I think the odds are definitely against Mel at this point. There's that first contact. Paranoia, isolating fights. Good for that single one. But there's a trade instant coming through here as Shopify Rebellion will fall to Legacy on their first map. But at least, though, Mars, you can definitely see that Shopify Rebellion Gold came out with a hot start for the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, they really hit the ground running just at the start there. And you could see a lot of those kind of, strategies and little things you want to see, macro plays off of utility, slowly start to come together for Shopify Rebellion as they try to do some of these different things. But it just kind of came down to that triple threat from Legacy, where they would just run things through. We're so ready for it and consistently winning gun duels. It was pretty much those early initiations from Legacy that looked so clean and so good that really defined the rest of those rounds. And Shopify, unfortunately, couldn't really do anything to stop them in their tracks. And so Legacy, they win out Haven, which should be noted is their map pick. So Legacy was feeling good here. But, we have to just kind of wipe the mental clean if you are Shopify and come back for map number 2.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to see Legacy pull out their composition on Haven for the VCL. We haven't had a chance to see their Sunset on the VCL yet. So we'll see if they'll come up with some anti-strats against Shopify Rebellion to close this on a 2-0, or if Shopify could push this to a 3rd map after the break.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Heading into the very first map of the series between Legacy Kingdom and Shopify Rebellion Gold. I mean, we get to see two aces and a Sarah step up to kick things off, but Legacy Kingdom, they took that personally. They bounced back and they're able to have a very strong Haven afterwards to close out the very first map. I mean, getting into this one, even if we had highlighted as something we've seen from SRG before, Legacy Kingdom picked this map, Ash. There was something they were confident in, and they showed up in the Scherzer and really proved that.
They really did. And you're talking about how things started off. We thought, okay, the SRG has so much momentum with that 3-0 start. The fact that Sarah has 2 aces in round 1 and round 3. But then it just felt like Legacy Kingdom just finally said, okay, we've had enough. They win out that thrifty round with the Sheriffs as SRG were flooding onto that A site. And that felt like that gave them the momentum and confidence to be like, okay, let's just like take a lot of these engagements. They were coming on top when it came down to like a lot of those firefights, but that also kind of leans into, I think, the lack of like spacing tightness on the side of SRG. It felt like they were struggling to play some of those trades here on Haven. Meanwhile, for Legacy Kingdom, things were working out when individual players like Blast were taking risks as the anchor back site. But even outside of that, it felt like they were swinging together, working more as a unit in a lot of those moments. And that's kind of where things started to fall apart.
No, I completely agree. And I feel like another thing that kind of caught my eye was down in those last 3 rounds, the first 3 rounds, it felt like Legacy kind of just got a read on what Shopify Rebellion Gold were doing. And they started to understand the game a little bit better in regards to what was going on. So, right, we got to see Mel have that repetition down A, the same wall that we've seen played every single time on their attacking side, to where Mel loved to play with that wall, but it never seemed to work. And they caught on very, very quickly, right? Flank turret was never really doing too much work around for Shopify. Legacy abusing that and allowing themselves to kind of catch that rotation, because again, that's another repetition Shopify would do. So it really was just adjusting to something that they were very familiar with and understanding, all right, things aren't changing, so we're just going to keep abusing that pattern and make it ours at the same time. I think they did a really good job at kind of just recognizing that.
I think off the back of that point, that goes back to the conversation we were even having earlier during the desk, you know, it being that mirror matchup heading into Haven, and then knowing that both these teams then have that understanding of how they're expecting that utility to be played and how they're expecting some of those lurk spacings to happen, and just being so heads up. And on the side of Legacy Kingdom, just having those better reads. But you take a look at this scoreboard as well. We talked about it a little bit. Mark's gave a nod to it during the cast. Yeah, Sarah had an insane game, kicking things off with those initial 2 aces, but then the rest of the team also wasn't really able to step up to the plate in a lot of those moments. And then on the side of Legacy, it felt like everyone was firing on all cylinders. Everyone was ready and very confident with the fights that they were looking to take. And it's honestly just wild that it ends up being that 13-4, considering that 3-0 start for SRG.
Yeah, that is not one I would have predicted at all about how it finishes up. But with Legacy, that was really able to heat up and get this better read. I mean, it almost just became impossible for SRG. And when you're talking about those reads and people to try and get through, I mean, Legacy across the board had to step up, but Blast especially too. Like, when your KJ can anchor as well as Blast was able to without this series, Ash, I mean, that is just something that is near impossible for SRG to then push onto these sites. There's always this utility that was a pain in the behind for them. Like, Blast was everywhere.
Yeah, Blast really was everywhere. I think you look back to that one round on C where he's just playing that hard anchor on C site. He had assistance like backside. I think there's like a paranoia that Tim is throwing out. But outside of that, he was really just like doing such a good job in isolating those 1v1s and finding these favorable fights, being that solid sentinel anchor, and it nearly turning into an ace there as well. I think it ended up being like a 4K by the end of it, but really nicely done there by Blast. When you have a consistent sentinel that's just able to fry, it really enables the rest of the team to feel comfortable to get active on other sides of the map.
This is going to be a great boon and blast of momentum for the team when it's already a Legacy Kingdom that looks very, very warmed up to head into the second map of the series. This is a scary contender for SRG, but one thing to be said is, again, Haven was Legacy's map pick here, and now we're going into SRGs. This is an interesting situation, though, because for both of these first two maps, it's something that we haven't seen out of Legacy within Challengers, more so within other tournaments. For SRG, we do have a little bit more of a better idea, but this one isn't as well practiced for Legacy in those third parties. So, Gompers, I'm kind of intrigued with how this one's going to be playing out.
I am too, actually, and something I did want to bring up as well. Like we saw Dodonut on the Neon. I do feel like it was a little lackluster. I'm not gonna lie. With the fast-paced play that Neon is playing and the slow-paced play that Shopify were going for, that's completely fine. I think my, the conflict that I tend to see was just Dodonut was fearful, and there were a lot of circumstances where backside hadn't been cleared just based off there was a very, very big rush down in the front end of site, and when you're trying to go to the back end, it becomes this huge conflict to where Dodonut isn't there to actually secure that, and there's no information going out, and everyone gets picked off, and it's just one of those big issues where maybe seeing a little bit more on Sunset of that duelist play, of clearing the backside, of making sure everything is looking good, because it did feel like there was a lot of circumstances where Muddy was stepping up to that plate. So for me, if we're heading onto Sunset, and obviously we've seen like Neon and Yoru be run on this map pretty constantly, if we're seeing that be kind of like that iteration, I would be loving to see something a little more aggressive on the side of Shopify. This is a team where we did get to see like Sarah get 2 aces, right? And a 3K. So the possibility is there.
I mean, being able to switch things up, I don't know if they'll necessarily go for a swapperoo on the day, but SRG, they definitely have been making a lot of changes going into the stage 3 of Challengers. One of them that you do get to see the light on the Sunset, which is we are seeing more of this double senti with Alexis taking on this role as Deadlock. So I'm curious to see a little bit more of this today, and if this is going to be something that can be stopping Muddy on the opposing end of things when we do get to see, Ash, a little bit more of a contrast into this second map in comparison to that first.
I think the other thing is that we have to take that Nightblood Gaming game with a little bit of a grain of salt as well. Like, it ended up being that 10-13 loss, sure, but they also started off that first half down 2-10 on defense before clawing their way back. So they get to start off on attack, where SRG found a lot more success up against NBG last time around. And that defense first half, that was difficult because Noted was getting some insane timings on that Omen pick and really going electric in the first one. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing SRG start things off on the right foot here and being able to scale forward with a lot of that momentum going into our second map of today.
Not just the right foot, but to be able to carry that on going on forward. With the agent select ready, let's head on over to that then, because again, we've seen SRG with their Sunset comp here in Challengers, but for Legacy, this can be confirmation of exactly what they want to be going with. This looks very familiar, but again, we get to see Alexis reprise this Deadlock, this double senti going up against, well, it's the Neons on both sides, Gomps.
Yeah, the only change being, I guess, the Deadlock, right? Kind of like in comparison to having that second controller there. Do I like this? I like this a lot. I think the double controller on Haven worked very, very well for Legacy. I think it gave Muddy a little more room to have that profound confidence moving on to site, right? And also actually assisting with the Sentinel of Blast, as we did get to see like that 19-9, right? So I do feel like there is a lot kind of like relying on this double controller composition to allow these players to really shine. But on the side of Shopify, I think Alexis, what they did need there was a deadlock, was a wall, was something to actually hold down these sites and keep them in that post-plant position. And as for Dodonut on Neon, I really do want to see this really, really big like explosion just going on to site.
I think that's the big shout there. The post-plant capability, that install ability that Alexis is going to be bringing to the table, having that second layer of Sentinel utility in those moments. But the other thing SRG are going to have to keep their eyes out on as well is going to be Corrupt, taking a lot of those timings on those lurks, those opportunities to try and walk up on the flank, very similarly to what we saw over on Haven. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Legacy Kingdom find an answer to try and deal with the trips out from Noya early to allow Corrupt or Blast to take some of those timings.
Not just if they can find an answer, but if they can find a win here as well. It's time to get into Sunset to see Legacy Kingdom up a map in the series. If they can take down SRG on theirs, or if SRG can in fact push this into a map 3. Let's find out and send back to your caster, Vans and Marks.
Indeed, Sierra, thank you. And that's what we wanted to look into this matchup. I mean, it does look like you're looking for some sort of a double stall, but different types of agents on the side of Legacy, opting for more of a long-range type of stall with this Viper on the defense. What's your take now with SRG playing this double Senti and bringing out a deadlock instead, Marks?
If I'm being honest, I actually like the deadlock pick here because I think, especially when you're bringing a deadlock in, yes, it is Sentinel, but it has utility that kind of can be considered a bit more initiation, especially with the Gravnet if you just trap someone in there and then absolutely cook them alive. But it's going to be really interesting seeing it go up against Legacy Kingdom because if Haven told us anything, we know that these guys like to play together and just kind of send 3 people all at once. Given this composition as well, I'm expecting we're going to be seeing something similar. We know that Blast is going to be able to anchor some of these sites. The triple threat of probably Muddy, Tim, and Jonah will be just kind of advancing in forwards. And that, to me, is the big question mark. How Shopify Rebellion Gold are really going to adapt against that, because we're on paper going to see something very similar from Legacy Kingdom coming in against their composition. So that is my big question mark coming into this one. But regardless, this is Shopify Rebellion's map, so I'm hoping to see a little bit more of a roar come out from this team, because you know that they can play really well, and you know that they can really push this to a map number 3.
Yeah, it looks like the roar is going to be out middle. There's already a camera watching that side, and the Gravnet can maybe help. But unfortunately, though, for SRG, it's another one of those let us pop players through smokes, and they break the timing. The smoke dissipates, and already the crossfire is being set up, and 4 players meet up with each other for that battle on top mid. So check mark on the first line of defense for Legacy side, and SRG has to react back into a pivot towards A. The jiggle was spotted now by Tim, looking to delay on that side. Smoke inside, so he plays within the Viper's orb. And meanwhile, Jonah cuts even the lurks. Much more difficult now for Shopify Rebellion Gold to really split into the site. Finally, though, some sort of an answer towards that dumpster, but the bodies are also falling into the dumpster for SRG as Legacy runs back in and completes the pistol round.
Man, it's like I'm getting tilted watching some of this gameplay. Like the amount of kills that are happening through smokes. I thought we were finally past that era of Valorant, and yet still, Donut found right off the bat, just inside of the smoke, because Muddy sprayed a couple of bullets in, just like that. It's almost painful to watch, but this is one of the things as well that the desk highlighted. Gompers brought it up. I think that is going to be really important for Shopify Rebellion, specifically on their attack. We need to see Donut start to turn things up a little bit more. Played a little bit more passive, played a little bit more scared last time, and unfortunately hasn't been able to come online just yet, but the tip of the spear really needs to be a bit more sharp.
Yeah, it's sharp on the side of the Legacy for that round, though. You saw the jiggles coming through from Muddy. After you were just mentioning Donut needing to spice things up a bit, and she did. She tried to really cut the crosshair placement of Muddy in the first place, but not dropping him more, making it difficult for them to pick up that first kill, really allowed Legacy to come back and swing from the elbow side and shut down Shopify Rebellion Gold's attempt here to take some A side control. You even saw Recon Dart coming through, Paranoia. I mean, they had so much defense on that side for Legacy, and you know what? At least a full eco on the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, but they're looking to do the same thing this time around here on the attack for their gun round.
And we see them more or less just feign a little bit of pressure on A, so then that way they can hopefully bait out some of the members of Legacy to try and push them. But this time around, Legacy are showing us one of their patented, let's just play it a little bit slower rounds, where they're playing a lot more defaulty, hoping to get a read on what Shopify Rebellion Gold want to do. But Blast getting so much information as to where these members are. Shopify Rebellion, sure, they've got a little bit of map control, but Legacy, they've spread themselves out completely. So if Shopify want to attack one of these sites, this is an excellent opportunity to do so.
And it starts well. 1 player spots 2, leading up towards the A side. You already see the rotate coming through, the fake from the wall being thrown by Alexis, but corrupts around the corner here. Viper wall to come up, camera misses. This is a great position for him to get the openers, and there you go.
Goodness.
That's an easy 2. The spray is coming back from Sarah, trying to salvage the weapon, will be able to do so and delay on top of that. So unfortunate that the camera doesn't see enough here, and that really foils the plan of SRG working that map.
30 seconds.
And Mel shoots out the trap wire here. Still 3 against 2 on this site, so it looks like they will be trying to take this opportunity. So at least spotting one out, gets a kill.
Yeah, it's Sarah having to open things up once again. Oh, and she does! They line up just into her Phantom, and somehow you have Shopper Rebellion playing a 3 versus 1 pulse plan with all of the deadlock utility.
Oh, man. Something, oh, new map, you know, let's see how they do this time. And yet still it's the same story being told right before bed. Sarah finding a triple kill, now 1 away from getting the Hunter's Fury online. An excellent little clutch play to turn around that wasn't looking good for Sarah. And yeah, it's another ace again. Like Sarah aces yet again. And that is a very important round for Shopify Rebellion Gold to kind of get. Not only because, yes, it gets 1 point on the board, and that is your rifle round, you should win it, but it helps you, it helps remind you that, yes, we're still in this match, and we still can win these rounds out, and you need to have that confidence moving into this.
At least on paper, it's quite crazy that if you're not watching this game, you're looking on VLR later on, you notice here that Sarah has 3 aces within 5 combined rounds so far for SRG. But even on top of that, for Legacy to lose that 5 versus 3, when it started off so well for Corrupt with that judge at the entrance of that B site, and it's again onto Sarah playing the solo. The Paranoid didn't hit that many players, and she was still able to let up 3 kills on top of that. This gives an opportunity now for SRG to just execute towards this B site. It is a rifle round, though, for Legacy at the same time, looking to stop the plant. Snakebite comes in, and there's a smoke through a kill in retaliation for SRG. Hunter's Fury already out, and Sarah's just trying to find some information at least. And all of these non-pings that she's not getting towards that spawn gives an opportunity for SRG to know that the rotate's coming in here towards the market. Oh! A wall bang coming through, the reads across here, and that's probably a first that we haven't seen in a very long time. Now you have some value coming out from the Sonic Sensor, stunning one. Noya getting a pick. Noya trying to battle against Money once again. And the Finger Blasters gets cooled down right away as soon as Money swings out. And it's Jonah on the retake from the back of the site. Yes, is able to drop 2, but there's no time left on that clock. This is still going to be a round coming in for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Although a bonus round that looks quite good here for Legacy, as Alexis is the only one staying alive here going into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good round coming in from Shopify Rebellion Gold, but it's a bit of a shame that they weren't able to carry their rifles as much forwards, just to make sure that they carry that economy a bit. An unreal just awareness coming out for Money there to be able to find that kill onto Mel, and yet still Legacy, it's going to be a bit of a scrambled buy. We're seeing actually 2 shotguns come in here. That's going to be a really interesting play. I imagine they're going to be holding very tight corners, or we might be seeing Money just kind of go and send it potentially. But Jonah spotting out a bit of mid presence here will give that information up as Alexis trying to take the duel, but Jonah just a little bit sharper with the rifle.
Yeah, my mistake on that. It was actually already the gun round coming through for Legacy on that previous round, so the economy's in shambles this time around. But although looks like SRG wanted to disrespect the fact that Legacy are on a lower buy, tried to go for a duel instead of going for a double swing on a top middle, and unfortunately falls behind by 1 player moving into the mid round of this round number 5. So trying to inch in towards the market for information. The camera sees a bit, and Jonah already has full control down towards A. So Legacy in a good spot to read here this split towards this B site.
Yeah, execution will be underway. Corrupt up against the world here is able to find Donut out of the midst of it. That's not how you wanted things to go if you're Shopify.
Bro, he got stunned on top of that, but thankfully Mel comes in for that trade. A 3-on-3 now, looking to flip the map. Maybe even trying to bait the plant from the spawn. The smoke dissipates, and just in time, you're able to see here Mel get into a different position on that side. All 3 of them playing within, as they're still falling behind by 1 player in this pulse plant. Mel TP's out, but it's to bait out so that the 2 players can fight towards Boba. Right through the smoke, being held by Buddy.
What?
The Buddy does get value, and now the second bucket comes across, but stopped by Sarah once again. Both players now rotating outside from Legacy from the market. Mel on the top boxes from the top ropes also gives the advantage back here for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Jonah once again playing against the clock. The lean from that side knows that Jonah's off, so they can continue to play the time. The ping on the second, and finally Sarah with the triple into the round. 8 kills in 2 rounds for the initiator once again, as Shopify Rebellion gets the lead.
Yeah, Sarah 10 kills yet again. Wow, look at this scoreboard. Isn't that looking a little bit familiar? It's kind of crazy as Sarah's now just 2 ultimate orbs away from getting the Hunter's Fury back online. But I love the post-plant positioning coming in here from Shopify Rebellion. Sure, they did have the better weaponries here. Sarah taking a bit more of an aggressive angle, but Mel up top, kind of lurking over like Batman, watching the site, making sure to find those timings to be able to shut down any of those extra kills. Fantastic positioning coming in from Shopify Rebellion Gold. So a very well-earned round, but this is when we get to see Legacy bring back the rifles into this round. Jonah as well does have that Hunter's Fury online. Could be very helpful. We've seen them use it constantly to try and stall that plant, try and buy a little bit more time for that classic flood in that we'd like to see Legacy Kingdom do every single time they want to retake some of these sites. So Tim going to be holding the gates here as Shopify Rebellion Gold are going to be walking into the crosshairs.
I think I wanted to see somebody else swing first though for Noya, because I think with the Shopify Rebellion Gold staying as a death ball, trying to get that pick and the neural theft to allow for them to get information was probably in the cards for how they wanted to work the map. And now they have 0 map control with under a minute left on the clock. The Viper wall can be very oppressive here, especially now that Sarah's fallen down. Bad start here, unfortunately, for Shopify.
Yeah, and it's only going to get tougher. They're walking into the Viper's nest here as Blast finds Donut in the midst of all of it. Alexis still sunned up, tried to take it to timing, but already down.
Trip was still up on top of that as well. This
30
fight,
seconds left.
Donut stepping over it and getting caught. Mel now, I mean, it's impossible for her to pick up the spike, try to TP out here. Fake TP to try to save her weapon for the remaining seconds of this round. Possibly could try to make some damage here if she wants to, because they could still muster up some sort of a buy going to the next one, but you could definitely see it now confirmed that she will save her weapon going into the next one. And again, it just seems like trying to fight for that A side control is being held greatly by Legacy on the defense so far, Marks.
It really is. And on these rounds, Shopify Rebellion Gold, very successful on the B side attack. They've been doing a much better job at trying to get their way in onto the site. But look at that, just like right off the bat, they're over there and immediately kind of get gunned down and then walk into so many traps. And you can see Legacy just responding immediately. As soon as Tim gets the kill, with the rotation on the defense starts to move towards that B side. Watch for that mid rotation overwards, and Donut just completely caught off guard. Donut has been struggling, but I don't necessarily blame Shopify Rebellion Gold. I think this is just a great understanding from Legacy and making sure that they're controlling all of these angles that Neon might go in and just being a little bit quicker to the trigger to shut any potential push down.
Yeah. And just to add on to what you're mentioning, the type of reads that they're getting and how oppressive it can be. It's a Viper wall with Cypher Util on the A site. Hunter's Fury slows them down, but SRG looks like they're committed into re-hitting towards this A site. There's no lurks coming in towards B. And it's a perfect read so far by Legacy because they've all gambled the same thing to stack up towards the B site. Here's a relay bolt. Hunter's Fury gets a ping inside the slant. Another ping there towards that back. Give me a chance now for SRG to open up the site. And here's Noya with the hat to get information. The lure bot that they have is now coming into fruition, that they have an opportunity to close out this map. Tim is the last one to go here, as this teaming got wrapped up earlier on. Getting extreme value out of the ults in this buy for SRG. And now the high-low with Noya picking up the kill. And that's SRG. Great answer back.
Yeah, a lot of stuff was happening on that round there. Legacy 100% had the read on the site, but in kind of the chaos of what was going on there, a lot of value was found with that Hunter's Fury from Sarah. Of course, yes, finding the kills, finding the pings, all of that type of stuff, but more importantly, kind of forcing them to scatter themselves all around the site, allowing an opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to move in and then find those kills. And then Alexis kind of comes in with the annihilation, gonna go fishing, fishes somebody out, makes it a 1v3 for Tim, and then the rest is history. A very well executed round from Shopify Rebellion Gold, but if the cost to entry is 2 ultimates, it's going to be tough for them to continue to string these rounds together. So I want to see how they are able to kind of play if they don't have those ultimates in their pocket.
Especially this round that they don't have it, and there's a triple walk down towards the alley. There's money with the first blood. Noya coming in for the backstab. There's 2. Couldn't get the swing across here to get the spray down on the third. And look at how they manipulate the map. As one escapes, the other one tries to peek, but couldn't get that pick. Money's still alive though. They're trading right back, and finally Alexis hunts him down. Corrupt, though, isolating the fight now gives his position away. An opportunity now for SRG to close out the round.
And that's an excellent way to kind of shut down that three-man triple threat that we've been talking about from Legacy. Have somebody watching that flank line there and play very carefully around some of those corners. Make sure you've got utility to stall it just for a second, allowing the flank to kind of come through. Corrupt, in this 1v2, does have the Viper's Pit, but this is not the round to use it.
It was just a free advertisement to Aim Labs because that big blue ball saved Corrupt from getting a headshot into one of those two players. And now you're running them that clock, the net to even grab them so they play another high-low. Beautifully done in terms of how SRG are cleaning up the act of playing together this time around in this second map. Their map pick here on Sunset.
Yeah, it's looking clean coming out from them. And once again, we get to watch this wraparound here. Noya doing an excellent job at disrupting that kind of triple push, allowing Shopify Rebellion then to be able to capitalize on the rest of the map presence that they had. And of course, Legacy Kingdom, look at those ultimates. 4 of them are going to be online here. Jonah, the only one to not have that ultimate. Hunter's Fury, very important, but a lot of these other things are going to be very helpful, specifically at kind of forcing Shopify Rebellion's hand. I'm looking at that Viper's Pit, potentially to shut it down, but Dodo not going in so far deep. Blast didn't even see that coming.
Never. He was actually jumping to go into his camera, and the camera saw nothing, but he saw his death. And instantly, it really breaks out and breaks down the B-side defense because Corrupt also wasn't ready from the market side to even stay alive. So now this might be just an instant save on that side, but a nice little pivot across. You were just mentioning a slow start from the side of Dodo Nut, but it's not to her fault, as Legacy was doing a good job just surprising how SRG is trying to play a slower game on Sunset at the very beginning, but this time just going straight up towards middle with the ult on that side. She opens it up and gives a chance here for Shopify now to take the lead by 3.
And Noya looking to punish a little bit more on that money, as Jonah shuts down one, but will be traded out here. So things are looking pretty good for Shopify. And I like the injection of pace that they did on this round. We've seen them be very methodical, very textbook on how they wanted to go out, which allowed Legacy Kingdom to have some of those timings, have some of those weird walkouts, and then boom, headshot, and now I can disappear into the smoke. That time around, completely different pace, and it was Shopify Rebellion Gold who is catching Legacy off guard. What the heck is Dono not doing all the way in our spawn? She shouldn't be there, and it worked out perfectly, just overwhelming the Legacy Kingdom defense here, as it is going to be the first time that we're seeing the Kingdom decide to go for a timeout to try and regroup here, because we're only 3 rounds away from this half, and Shopify Rebellion Gold are looking pretty stellar this map.
Yeah, and to see how Legacy's been shooting quite well though throughout this whole series, Marks, I wouldn't be surprised if this timeout is for them to cook up something here in their lower buy. Because yes, you're able to save a Vandal in the hands of Muddy, but you also have an overdrive available for that Neon, so you can drop that for somebody. You have a pit available with the shotgun, so you can now start funneling some players across here, some sort of a trap play. So we'll have to see what they cook up coming out of this timeout, if they will try some sort of play coming out of that one, and or if not, this timeout could be conducted to work the later rounds when they get their economy, once they get their economy right.
Yeah, and I imagine too, it's just to kind of stabilize the mental a little bit. I think that timeouts are really important in figuring out your strategy, but also we were seeing Legacy Kingdom just kind of got caught off guard. We're seeing a couple of them players just kind of go for those hero swings, trying to make plays happen. And if you start to do that a little bit more, it's not going to be too good for your team. That's how your ranked teammates kind of get upset at you. But let's see what they've got cooked up here. Like you said, it's going to be a bit of a scattered buy. Corrupt actually having a judge as well, but he's scouting things out very early here. Not able to find anything, holding a very close angle, but position will be given away. So the forced retreat will happen as Shopify Rebellion Gold get ready again to push A.
Mel ulted from spawn and just held it the whole time. So look at how he pulls out the defense. Jonah's even looking back towards the spawn to figure out where the hell she is. So this allows now SRG to add that pressure back towards that A side. But some great hold, some great smokes being thrown up from Tim, and delays here from the relay bolt from Muddy. Just cancels out the plan for SRG. They have to rework the map this time around and are walking into this shotgun.
Ooh, the Viper's Pit gets deployed. Yeah, I mean, you know, Legacy Kingdom are feeling that pressure there, and this is an excellent read from Shopify Rebellion Gold, because usually they would switch sites and then just kind of stick to it. But this time we're seeing them rotate back around A side, and Tim's the only person forward, and Tim's already down.
And another plus in the column here for the deadlock. The wall breaks out and holds out towards the shop. Yeah, that's a kill that you hate to see. And that's the second one that you hate to see from the side of Shop for Rebellion Gold, losing to more sheriffs once again. And now potentially getting value out of the overdrive of Muddy if he wants to try to open up the site, leave the rifle behind for Jonah as he meets him up. But so far, it seems like he's committed to keep this in his hands. And this allows Alexis to delay even more. Net towards that back, but Jonah answers back. Muddy then makes it a 2 versus 1. The slide across. No, you're not landing the shots. And that should have been a round here for SRG as they worked the map perfectly, but the retake comes out from Legacy side with superior firepower from the side of the Sheriffs.
Yeah, just a couple of whiffed shots for Shopify Rebellion make it that much more difficult for them to be able to secure that round. And we see Legacy, it's always that, not like double peak, it's like a triple peak every single time. I swear to God, like it's one of those things where so many members are going to be walking out and the gunfire always hits. And so an excellent retake coming in from Legacy. Sure, we see the overdrive get utilized at the very end there for money, even though there's no value found for it. Doesn't matter. They're able to scoop up the rounds. And, you know, just kind of looking at the kill feeds right now, it's so evened out between these two teams thus far. Dodo not going to be going aggressive this time, but Muddy already trapped inside.
Unfortunately, the Annihilation missed as well. That was a beautiful net in the first place to hear the ping of the players trying to get out of it. And that was Money being caught, but thankfully he was still behind Arena Night boxes. Now it's a triple face down towards the elbow. Owl Drone to making out 2. SRG looking to push forward and beautiful. Towards the end, it looks like the crossfire was set up to try to get the one that was pinged, but Donut jumps forward and saves her teammate. Now Corrupt just in front of that wall does get the surprise kill onto Donut, but okay, we'll take 2. Gives a fighting chance now for Blast, who's been pristine in the first map. A little bit more quiet on the second one, though, but he hasn't been met up with too much opposition throughout this whole half. The more he waits after this wall here to break down, the more this is an opportunity for SRG to just win off time. Both of them playing separate positions, though, from Alexis and Mel. Just waiting off here for the next grab net to move forward. Mel is low on HP. Smoke being thrown out now, finally spotted by Alexis. Is Blast trying to battle across the slant. Still trying to waste on that clock. Beautifully done. But with 1 bullet left, that will be enough to fight against Mel. Switching up to the classic, and Mel goes for the wide swing. Saves that round for Shopify Rebellion Gold. As once again, another big opener that could have been stopped. But SRG this time finally stands on top.
Ring around the rosy at the end there, and Shopify Rebellion, they keep it alive. Lexus doing the damnedest to run things around, make it such a winnable scenario. But this time it was the triple push coming in from Shopify Rebellion. Give Legacy Kingdom a taste of their own medicine and just overrun the site with 3 people peeking different angles here. It almost got evened out as Corrupt found a nasty 2 kill, but it unfortunately was not enough to get them over the line. So Shopify Rebellion Gold last round in the half here. Look to make this that 8-4 half. Corrupt already feeling the pressure, but this is the site where there will be a lot of stall utility between that Cypher, between that Viper. There's a lot of elements that can be put into place as Jonah, very early Hunter's Fury, will scout things out, but not get too much value.
The attacker side will, though. That's a ping onto 1, and then the kill on the second. And another 5 versus 3. Cypher all coming out. Information on the last hurry up where Legacy are rotating across. And look at all of that deadlock utility. First one, already Sonic Sensor blasted out here from the back of the site. But Jonah goes for the solo play. Hiding behind the box, trying to bait it out, but Alexis cannot capitalize on that kill. Sarah has to go nuclear once again. There's that first kill onto Muddy as a retake ensues for Legacy in their favor. Sarah once again alone, but not this time around. No! A 5 versus 3 once again for Shopper Gold. Into the bin as Legacy closes that gap into the half, 5-7.
Jonah, the Spectre King, just kind of walks in there. Sorry, crouches around the corner twice and is able to find and isolate 2 kills on the Shopify Rebellion Gold team. Like, that should simply have not have happened. But that opens the doorway for Legacy Kingdom suddenly to move in there. And I don't think that Jonah necessarily was expecting to win out those duels and really stay alive. That was just kind of to buy a bit more time for the backup to kind of swing and trade off of Jonah, but still is able to find 2 kills and secure the round for Legacy Kingdom, making it only a 2-round different half. And now we're seeing that swap around here. And in theory, this is where we should see Shopify Rebellion Gold start to set up a couple more traps. They've got 2 Sentinels to really shut down some of these avenues to make it more difficult for Legacy Kingdom to be able to push their way onto site. And a lot of smokes in the face of Muddy. Not going to be able to move too much far forwards, but does get a sense of what agents might be hanging out on that A site.
Yeah, you can definitely see from Legacy in this pistol round, very similar looks into what the Neon's doing and getting out utility on the A side. But the difference now here, Marks, is this wall being thrown by the Viper, cutting all the way up on top of middle. And you have consistent pings coming out from Shopify trying to stop that threat. And instead, they're going to try to triple swing on top middle. Here's a brawl about to ensue. Donut just swings down, but all of Legacy were just waiting for that call. The bait out, and then they all come out from different corners around the map at middle. And Muddy's just dancing around. I mean, we had an update recently for a different game, and that broke the bunny hopping, but not in this game with Muddy on that Neon.
The amount of times that I've just seen a Neon just kind of like fly across my screen, and we're not even talking about like the dash, like literally the bunny hopping, with the rest of the squad just kind of swinging it afterwards and looking for those kills. It's so frustrating, especially on a pistol round where you have to click every single time you want to shoot. So honestly, just excellent utilization of Muddy on that Neon. We're seeing it get so much value out of just confusing the members of Shopify Rebellion Gold. And so they win out the pistol round yet again. Going to be a bit of a trade of utility as Donut is going to swing out, but it's right out the smokes, right into the grinder. Sarah, though, able to at least trade Corrupt.
And nobody's out there to re-swing against Corrupt that got the first opener. I think there was maybe a one-way or something that slowed them down and scared them for a bit.
I must wait a moment.
But I know he gets all of this information. About to get a 1v1 in the front. There's that bunny hopping once again. Dude, he still gets a kill on top of that. Well,
it's so frustrating.
Yeah. And on top of that, Blast had 73 HP when Noya was so close range to try to take him down. But to be fair, it was just Muddy just making it very difficult for Noya to get any value off the secret position that she had in the front of the A-side lurk. And now the plant comes across, of course, as you see it on the top of the screen. It's about to go off, but not until Muddy goes off on a hunt. Another kill there, moving forward with the Stinger. Wide swing finally denied by Alexis, giving a chance for the rest of Legacy to close in and pick up the last few kills. And Legacy, as they had a beautiful retake in that round number 12, is what was needed here to already tie up the game. Not that they want pistol and the anti-eco.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Noya as well was just hoping that what we were seeing was Muddy actually just run by, and so that she'd be able to find a kind of pick in the back, you know, a little bit of a backstab. But we're constantly seeing just Shopify Rebellion Gold get caught out in these positions. Nowhere near cover, nowhere near any sort of utility, and then it's just easy kills for Legacy Kingdom. That kind of spelled their destruction on Haven. Thus far, Shopify Rebellion Gold have been doing a good job at controlling how this map's pace has been going, and now that they've got the rifles in their hand, we really need to see that come alive. Sarah under a lot of pressure, though.
Already getting dinged too. Muddy getting so much value out of these openers. Another close range Stinger slide to close the gap. Oh, dude. Surprise kill coming outside of that smoke. Never expected. I mean, so far Muddy's doing a great job finding all these surprise kills on these entries.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's just so aggressive from Legacy Kingdom. Like, they don't show any sign of necessarily stopping. Like, have they cleared the site? No, but we're going to be pushing into the spawn because chances are we can catch somebody off guard. And it's those moments that they feel really well rehearsed and have such good game sense to understand when they might be able to find a timing on Shopify.
Alexis is making some noise here to try to bait out some players running outside of that smoke, but as it dissipates, there'll be 2 players waiting there. Yeah, they'll get instantly traded out. No value coming through and no opportunities here for SRG to play together when the smoke dissipates in front of that B site. And Legacy now converts their bonus, breaking the econ for SRG, and has an opportunity to run away now with the series.
And in response, we're getting the Shopify Rebellion Gold timeout come through. Maybe discuss potentially what could happen. I mean, sure, we do see Legacy Kingdom get 3 rounds in a row, but we also saw Shopify Rebellion at the start of the match get 3 rounds in a row, and it completely flipped the round. So Shopify Rebellion, they have to figure out a solution for kind of this flood, kind of this dynamic pressure that we're seeing Legacy Kingdom apply upon them, because it doesn't feel like it's a textbook approach. It feels like it's very momentum based. Where can we find a little bit of space? Where can we push them to make them uncomfortable? And every single time it's looked really good from Legacy, and I really attribute that honestly just to them grouping up a little bit more. There's never really an opportunity, and you can see it in these replays as well, where there's somebody out on their own. They're always pushing together with someone watching their back, but not even just watching their back, trying to also find the kill very early on, which has led to these moments where Shopify Rebellion consistently find themselves at a numbers disadvantage. It's an excellent kind of offense coming through from Legacy Kingdom.
Yeah, and to be fair, Shopify Rebellion Gold as well have been trying to really get this buddy system out on their end too, but there's always that extra player on the side of Legacy that allows for them to get that extra player on top, with the exception of what happened on that previous round, where I agree with you, Marks. It's been really muddy moving in and getting these openers with solo anchor holds, solo position holds. That really opens up the gap and the opportunity now for Legacy to have a very strong attack side showing. And off this timeout coming out here in round number 16, SRG are not really stacked up here in their lower round. So the timeout being called is to focus into the next round and then the one after, because you are getting close at least to ult cycles on that side for Shopify. And that might be the turning point that allows for them to really close out their map pick on Sunset.
And look at this. Legacy, they're like, yeah, you're taking a timeout? Imagine if we just completely changed our style of gameplay, and it's so slow. Haven't even made a movement. Finally, Muddy, gonna be moving forwards. Mel just on the other side.
And it works. Cape you thought was gonna be good enough here for Omen to give her position away, but it's a 1-for-1. And that's what you commended for on what Legacy's doing. Whenever they get one player down, at least there's somebody there in the next few seconds to try to trade it back out. Now Alexis will try to make her own share of ring, just like Legacy did on the first half. Previous map, rather, on Haven. It's just Alexis trying to find a timing here through the smoke. We'll get it. That's Corrupt down. That's the IGL. 13 seconds left on the clock. The plant will still come down, but she's delayed enough right now for the rest of Shopify to group up and fight back towards the shop for the retake.
No more charges left.
It's going to be tough, though. Not necessarily full of utility, but do have the silver stuff.
Fastlane was good to create some space and trying to bait out some players across. That Guardian that Sarah picked up was good enough for that first pick, but for the rest, entering towards that site, the high position coming out from Tim and the crossfire setup from Jonah was just too good here for SRG. They've done some damage, but you can definitely see here just before we got into this replay that it's 4 rounds in a row on the side of Legacy. So they converted bonus. They won that anti-eco in this 4th round of the second half. So yeah, as much as you would like to say, yeah, we've done some econ damage, they still have to fight against deep pockets that the attacker side currently have.
Yeah, and on top of that too, like Shopify Rebellion Gold have lost the advantage on this map. They were ahead 7-5 in this half, and now Muddy just gonna be running it down, finger guns out, and gonna Emperor Palpatine down Mel, as Donut's at least able to find a trade, a Hunter's Fury from Sarah to try and mitigate some of this pressure, but look at how deep Muddy has gotten.
Wait, he's gonna hear this drone. He's gonna find the timing to get the backside with the Sarah. Finally, it's canceled out. So the comms come through, close range now with the judge, and finally see that we've fallen back on that side. Donut watching towards gate and finally stops the flood from the gates.
Toxins going up.
Corrupt looking for his own hero play. Everybody's getting shut down in the end. Great shots from Sarah and from Alexis on both of these positions. Oh! Okay, that was kind of clean. That was kind of clean. Tim is 1 away from an ult though. So 1v1 against Donut has an opportunity now. He knows that there's a solo play in there. Now could TP back towards the A site if you want, or the B site rather, if he wants to, but instead knows that it's a weaker site over here. He knows also that both Sentinels are playing from a rotate over from the B site, and that is an easy round to win.
Oh, man. Love it when it's just the annihilation in a 1v and make sure that you can win that out. But you know, I've been watching Tim kind of play throughout Challengers, and on this Omen, very, very effective in these kind of disadvantageous situations. And we get to see Tim kind of show off a little bit more until inevitably Alexis just comes out with the ultimate and shuts it down. And well, a very important round because that is Shopify Rebellion Gold's first round in this half. I think Money might have overcooked a little bit, went so far deep, got cut off from the rest of the squad, didn't really have a proper weapon in hand, and so got picked out. And you can see that Legacy Kingdom, they weren't necessarily as cohesive as they would have wanted to be. We're not seeing that kind of Hydro-like gameplay where, you know, you take one out and suddenly there's two more behind them, as Muddy already taken a lot of damage through that smoke.
Yeah. It was definitely like a first step worked out where they surprised the players towards elbow, but after that was like, where's the rest of the follow-up from the A side? That said, though, a late Viper wall coming up here to split off towards middle, allowing Money to cross over. The net does get some value, but does not get the kill. So Tim, staying crouched, staying precise on the shot, gets the win against Alexis. Donut has already rotated across, no more relay bolts. Gets a nice little wall bang though onto Blast, slides across the spot. Now the player's committed into this B site on the side of Legacy. Now here comes the counter react. Legacy pushing back up towards that staircase, and the player advantage goes back now for Legacy, canceling out the overdrive from Dodonut. Sarah now has stayed alive, has had some hero plays. There's Jonah trying to swing out first. Money wrapping all the way across. I mean, this guy has been a thorn on the side of SRG's defense, always finding good gaps. Hunter's Fury on the attack to try to delay. Sarah drops two, but you could just eat the defuse. Oh, no.
Recognition is nice now and then.
I was just about to say both of them were at full HP. One of them could just eat it right after and go for the full defuse. Try to get it at half, but I don't know what happened there, Marks. That has to be a miscomm.
It must have been a miscomm. The spaghetti's all over the floor right now, Vans. Not like that, especially after reclaiming that site. I was going to compliment Mel for that timing there, and gets pinged up on the first one. You can see Mel trying to bait it away, but doesn't quite get far enough. And the Hunter's Fury finds two in a very pivotal moment for Legacy Kingdom. Now they are on double digits, and it breaks the economy of Shopify Rebellion Gold. Like, that is a momentum buster and a half to clutch up around for Legacy Kingdom.
You also saw, though, that as soon as the Hunter's Fury got that double kill, it wasn't even a half after that. So I don't know what happened. Was there somebody that didn't fully tap and fully stick to make sure that it's guaranteed at half? But yeah, Muddy, easy triple kill. Nice attempt, though, to try to go for a swing out from B main. But this duelist on the side of Legacy, they mentioned it. They talked about it at the desk. Sometimes good, sometimes not good. This time, very good.
Two sides of the same coin, if you ask me. But honestly,
duelist,
yeah, Muddy.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, like it's so impressive watching Muddy command so much space on this map for Legacy Kingdom. Just cleaning up as well, getting a 4K right off the bat. In that initial duel, found a collat headshot in that triple threat pressure from Shopify Rebellion Gold. Just kind of walks through and cleans house. And just like that, 23 kills on the board for Muddy. It's Legacy Kingdom finding their way closer and closer to shutting things down, but it's just so clean coming out from this Neon player, Vans. I'm extremely impressed.
Yeah. 23-13. Now the timeout, the last one being called by SRG on their map pick, still have yet to find the right footing on the defensive side. Legacy, though, with this timeout, they have the opportunity to run their own and figure out how they want to work things out. I think at this point here, Marks, just try to leverage this Viper's Pit. I mean, Muddy's doing such a great job. Open up these sites that the whole team could follow behind him, and they'll get max value out of this ult.
100%. Like, when you've got your duelist player kind of frying people as much as Muddy is right now, there's a lot of confidence to kind of go there. And I think if you are Shopify Rebellion, you have to understand that Muddy is really starting to turn things up. You know, on his own, sure, but at the same time doing so much for the rest of Legacy Kingdom when it comes to just map control. And if that's the case, you got to start setting up some more traps for this Neon. You got to be ready for potentially the push in through and receive that, because if you get the Neon, then the rest of Legacy Kingdom looks a lot more scattered and suddenly that Viper Spit not able to be set up or put online. This is a do or die round for Shopify Rebellion Gold, because if they lose this one, their economy goes right back into the dumpster, and that is going to put Legacy Kingdom on match point.
They're changing the tempo already. Condition the Viper Orb, but then already goes into the Viper Wall on middle, breaks open the wall. Double swing on top of that. A different look, though, on how they're hitting up the site. And now they're pitching back towards A.
What?
This is the cook that Legacy was talking about through the timeout that SRG will not be ready for. At least they're trying to pivot the map back on their side, fighting back towards main. Both players on main are held back, and Money pushes forward. Somehow it gives the advantage back, though, for Legacy. A little bit of a commotion coming through. Aldrone's actually dodged, but there's 3 players met up. Corrupt will not be ready for this. Oh, Corrupt is ready for it. It's a 1v1. Sarah has a recon dart. At least right now for Tim, you've talked about the Omen in these scenarios here, where it comes down to isolated fights on the post plant, has always been on top of the game. But Sarah has been pristine throughout this whole series so far. A 1v1, knife is out, and Legacy at series point.
Just looking the wrong way on the engagement. Sarah down to that 1v1, and honestly, hats off to Legacy Kingdom for that round. It was definitely unique, definitely a little bit off the wall. But at this point, it's like jazz. You're just making it up as you go. And every single time they're making it work. We get to see Mel frag out a little bit more. Mel had such a stellar performance on the previous round, and honestly is one of those strong anchors for the Shopify Rebellion team. But this time around, it's all just Legacy Kingdom. A scattered buy coming in from Shopify Rebellion. We're seeing 2 judges on the board here. As a Legacy Kingdom, well, Muddy definitely had the funds for it, but is preferring to go with a judge this time. An overdrive available as well. They've got all the tools they need to set this up to be a 2-0. It's going to be up to Shopify Rebellion to honestly be resilient in this moment and try and find something.
Yeah, and that something is that silver lining here. The more that we're running down that clock, now for Legacy within this round, the Hunter's Fury will get immense value. As Sarah is already holding back from the spawn, anticipating some sort of a hit towards the A side. I mean, this is a great fake so far. You're moving forward, baits out the Hunter's Fury. And even on top of that, Muddy gets that win onto Mel. Now you're forcing rotates across. There's 3 players on middle that's going to catch Alexis on a rotate. Now you're solo playing towards that B side. You're solo playing towards A. I mean, this is just a great round by Legacy, working around the map for the last 2 rounds. The hat gets information on the last player. Corrupt wants to play the ego fight and will get it. And that will allow Legacy to clean up the series, a clean 2-0 against SRG.
The Legacy Kingdom flags are flying strong after that 2-0 against SRG. It looked so good from them on that, once again, triple stack up that we consistently saw in their gameplay plan, making sure that they were very good at clearing out the individual members of Shopify Rebellion Gold. And it really, we got to see Shopify Rebellion start to pull out some of those answers, and some of the rounds that they put together looked really good. They were getting the good read on what Corrupt wanted to do. But then at some point, Buddy just kind of hit the momentum, realized, wait a second, I can just walk in there and, sorry, not walk in there, slide in there, or buddy hop in there,
run
honestly.
there, buddy hop in there,
all of the
anything.
above, and still find every single kill necessary. And that injection of pace, that injection of confidence was more than enough to get Legacy Kingdom the win over Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Yeah, and silver lining is at least Sarah Cat is able to get 3 aces within 9 rounds, but it's
Crazy.
still Legacy that pulls up a very clean series over Shopify Rebellion Gold, sorry. But we have more Shopify coming after the break. First off, a winner's interview, and then we'll move forward to Shopify Rebellion Black versus Blue Water after this.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
And congratulations, second map of the series. It's going to be Legacy Kingdom to take the dub. We haven't seen their sunset here within the Challenger scene, but showing that, hey, they came to play, though it was definitely a closer affair this time around, Gompers, but they're still going to be able to close it out.
It was closer, and I think it was better. I mean, I did see a lot more aggression come through from DodoNet that I was hoping for, although I don't know. It was just something just clicked within the team of Legacy, and they were looking a lot better as well. I will say it was more coordinated than last time, which, I mean, how can you get more coordinated than before, right? Like, partnership just through and through. Muddy absolutely slamming everybody down. It was spectacular, and I think Shopify, they did a really good job at responding a lot of the time, but it was just the unfortunate reality of, you know, the mechanics kind of lacking in certain circumstances, right? Wide swinging angles when not clearing angles, or even just, you know, peeking one by one in a 1v2 situation. So it was certain moments like those where I do feel like minuscule things would have just completely turned this around for Shopify.
I do think that we did see an adjustment at the very least compared to Haven with how Shopify, Rebellion, Gold were playing together. But as the series went on, as this map went on, it felt like there were little mistakes that were coming to fruition, like that unfortunate miscomm maybe in the defuse that we just saw with that Hunter's Fury. But SRG, they started this map off 7-5, right? A really good initial half, and we had the expectations that taking away from that 210 defense that they had up against Nightblight Gaming, that they would have figured out some of the answers to how they were struggling on that defensive side and carry that into this matchup today up against Legacy. But it unfortunately wasn't the case whatsoever. I think Legacy did a really good job of trying to isolate especially Noya over towards that B site, the way that they're like swarming around the players of SRG on a lot of those executions, and so much of it coming down to, you know, how Muddy was moving across the map. But we talked about him so much during the cast with Vans and Marks. But then there's also, you know, the pieces where it's like, okay, yeah, I feel like we saw moments where Alexis was playing a little bit forward in front of her utility. We had some of like the layers between the Cypher and that deadlock, and it just wasn't coming together on the side of SRG to really capitalize off of what you would have expected to be a stronger defensive side hold.
I will say I did think it was remotely better than Haven in regards to their utility usage for sure as well. We did see a lot more impact coming through from Sarah. I know, like, we saw 2 aces from Sarah. How good can it get? But in total, I think it was 3 rounds in total that Sarah had gotten kills on Haven, right? So it was one of those moments where, yes, they're high in ratio, but at the same time, like, round to kill ratio wasn't necessarily there. The utility was lacking in regards to assistance. It felt like a lot of the time they were pushing for defensive utility on the attacking side, but here it felt more like they were really just flowing it in, right? With Alexis being able to ult alongside Sarah majority of the time and winning those rounds out. But then again, it was like those rounds were the winning rounds, but then, you know, you don't have those ults anymore. Now you have to kind of fight for something else and figure out a new strat that'll assist. But I will give them kudos there. I really do think they improved a lot down in the second game.
I think just taking a look at the stats that we have on our screen, yes, Legacy taking this 13-8, but really having to cement how much of a hero Sarah was in this series as a whole, both on Haven and heading into Sunset, and what her utility was doing for the team to even make these games as close as they were, because she was electric in the server. It was just that Legacy coming out in those firefights, really coming out on top. Their spacing was really good in how they were making a lot of those micro adjustments when dealing with like the firefights, even on the rounds where SRG on defense were on those ecos, knowing how to deal with that space when they're aware that there might be like a shotgun on the other side, occupying it and trying to bait out SRG to go for like a little bit of a jump spot or a jiggle peek to check for that info. So I think that we do really have to give credit to Legacy for how good they looked in their server today. Every individual stepped up.
Yeah, and you might say that Sarah was electric, but you have to talk about Muddy and just the lightning in a bottle that this kid was for the team, because this was just crazy. some of the shots and some of the plays, it was just kind of like, oh, the audacity. But like Muddy really stepped up in this series. There was a reason that he was highlighted top of day, Ash, and Sunset really was just his playground.
Yeah, really cemented in that performance on Sunset. And the thing is, like, Muddy, obviously, you look at the stats, like, Muddy was frying in the server, but was also playing very selflessly as that Neon as well, with how they were going in to try and make that space for the rest of the team. The fact that we saw all of like the b-hopping, the sliding that Muddy was doing, that Marks was talking about during the cast, and how a lot of it was just so the rest of his team could also look to follow up and get those picks in response. And then on top of that, just like going absolutely crazy. Really nicely done on the side of Legacy.
Like too, a lot of the time Muddy's main purpose in life was just to cause chaos and disruption, which I know Marks, I think it was Marks had said something along the lines of, yeah, Muddy's turning up this game, but I feel like Muddy turned up last game too. I don't know, Haven was spectacular. We saw kind of like a glimpse of what Muddy was capable of, and I think that first game really kind of just led into the confidence into this second game, and what we did get to see, right? Just understanding the team of Shopify, and honestly, I think a lot of the time they were really caught off guard with the angle cutting, right? Like just being able to dash right on by and take these people by surprise. It was honestly, the way that it was handled was spectacular.
Yeah, so big congratulations to Legacy Kingdom now for a 2-0 victory to put them now 2-2 and another win under their belts within the League of Challengers. But it's time for the interview now, and I have none other than Jonah Six on the line to chat a little bit more about the team and the return. First off, I have to say congratulations on this win. Not just a win, but a 2-0, now 2-2 in Challengers. How's it feel?
Thank you. It feels good to just win. Yeah, it just feels good to win.
Easy peasy. And how does it feel to be back? Because that is my big question. Because the real ones remember you from the other Challengers days, but wasn't it?
Yeah.
How's it?
Yeah, I just took a little break, but it feels good to be back and just playing the game that I love, you know. Short and sweet, but yeah.
And no, I love that. Very to the point, right? Wish I was the same. But I want to then ask how you came onto this team in particular, and like what made you decide to come back, or did they approach you, or?
Yeah, they approached me. Like I was still on a break, like not playing the game actively, but they messaged me and just asked me to trial kind of last minute because they were trying out like other players. It wasn't going well, and then they're just like, "Oh, Jonah's out there. Let's go try him out." And I did pretty good. They liked me, so I was just like, might as well play. Like I miss playing.
And then what is this going to be for your future within Challengers, regardless of how this split goes? Are we going to see a lot more of you? Is this kind of like since they needed someone?
No, I'll keep playing for sure. Like I know I still got it. Like I still show it in the server. Yeah, I just, I'm gonna keep playing. Like I think I can still go tier 1 and I'm good enough. I just gotta show it in the server, and I really like playing with this team. Like everyone's like a good person on the team and it's fun to play. Like we just have a fun environment. So yeah, I'm looking forward to like playing more in the future.
Love to hear that, especially since it doesn't look like you've missed a beat. Now I want to talk about, of course. Now, last but not least, I want to talk about, it's still a very difficult run for this split. Obviously, you're coming in pretty late into this year. The team has to kind of go into playoffs and then win if we're looking at Ascension. How are you feeling about the scope of Challengers and that level of competition out there?
The level of competition is not like, I don't know, I'm not too scared about it or anything. Like I don't feel too much pressure. I also don't like putting like too much pressure on us or the guys. We just kind of take it one game at a time, one round at a time. And we just do our best. Like if we win, great. If we lose, whatever. We had a hard road from the start anyways. So yeah, we're just trying to go out there, have fun, and just play the game.
Makes sense. So did you guys have fun today? The most important question.
Oh yeah, of course. It's always fun winning.
Perfect. Jonah Six, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's going to be Legacy Kingdom. Another win and a team that's having fun and looking good. Now it's going to be one more set for the day, a short break, but stay tuned. It's going to be a good one. everyone. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. Legacy Kingdom 2-0 over Shopify Rebellion Gold. And if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, well, it's a double header today because next up we have the other Shopify Rebellion roster, Shopify Rebellion Black, going up against Blue Otter. Two teams also sitting in this very precarious 1-2 situation. But again, this is the opportunity that we can start seeing a turnaround and start seeing teams to really put that momentum together. And let's start with this Blue Otter team, because when you're talking about momentum and pieces that are working together, this one's been very up and down, but Gompers, they've shown that they've had this potential for wins. They've gotten one, a strong one at that. What energy did they come out of the gate with today?
I'm hoping it's just firepower to the max for Blue Otter. I feel like they have, I mean, I don't feel like they have. I know they have really, really spectacular players. Again, one of them being the most consistent, Fireball and Fair, right? So you look at this whole entire roster and you're thinking to yourself, okay, this is like power to the max. They have every single player they can possibly have that will lead them to victory. Of course, they didn't have necessarily the best run. We saw YFP, them go 1-2 against them, 0-2 against Maryville. It wasn't looking so hot, I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like that in itself is, I'm a big hustler for failure, just for the reason of when you fail, you get better and you pick yourself back up and you can recover from that. And I think, I mean, we've seen Fireball just completely go pedal to the metal in regards to their gameplay. So I do feel like when they're on, the game is on.
I mean, when you say that you fail and you get better, and they definitely had a very rough showing that week 2. And week 3, it was still a loss up against YFP, but it was a Blue Otter that looked significantly better and put up a really good fight up against the YFP that was looking really strong. So definitely a team that's been able to learn from some mistakes and had some huge step-ups in this series. And that's where we have to talk about Zeke, because Zeke is someone who we get to see step up quite a bit for the team, and Ash, absolutely no exception. Even when we're looking at a couple of these losses, that momentum and that impact that Zeke has been able to have is why Blue Otter's been able to have a chance.
Yeah, I think Gomber's talking about Fair's consistency, the fact that Fair is just such a good entry fragger on the side of Blue Otter to go for a lot of those risky opening engagements, that you have to look at Zeke as being that kind of like unsung hero, providing that support in a lot of those moments, and being also flexible with how he's kind of deepened his agent pool as well over time, but just being able to really work well with the team, the timing of that utility, the comms that he's going to be giving as well as he tries to make some of those plays happen are absolutely huge. And I feel like he's always just someone you can rely on in any situation, whether it being more of like that anchor player when he's on that Viper, or being that supportive initiator role to lock things down and be able to frag out in the right moments too.
To be able to see that impact come to light when you're looking at a Blue Otter that had a pretty rough week 2, but then Zeke, like this performance up against YFP, I think was just so strong. I definitely think that Zeke is going to be a pillar for the team looking to try and topple Shopify Rebellion Black today. Because Shopify Rebellion Black, they are a scary opponent. I know they're down at the 1-2, so things are looking a little bit dire, but this is still our stage 1 champions, and it's still a very strong team. You look at the talent across Gomps, and that talent hasn't gone away. It's been a little bit of a rough time for them, but it's a team at any moment is capable of turning things around and clapping back. And the losses they've had have been to strong squads.
I agree. I think lately it's honestly just been, it's been quite difficult for Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, a team that came into this, we were all having very, very high hopes for. We weren't expecting, right? Something so pivotal, right? 1-2. So not necessarily the spot that I would assume they want to be in as of right now. Of course, you got Swagmaster, BCJ, Monty, Jacob, Spaz, and Paint. All names that are quite familiar, whether it be in the tier 1 scene, you know, having some familiarity there, or even just making their way into tier 2. So I feel like this is a team that should be built. This is a team that you should have confidence in. And I'm kind of hoping, like, against Core, it wasn't necessarily the sweetest game. You did get some really close rounds with a 9-13, 10-13. Down in that last match they had last week, but it's still not enough for a team that has so many great, mechanically good, skilled players.
It's definitely not too late to turn things around. If any team can make their way out of the 1-2 trenches, I think it's Shopify Rebellion Black. And one of the people that I want to talk about on the team that's was a really big impact in the wins that they've had and has still been able to put up like the show in the server has been Paint. Because Paint was somebody that we got introduced to more so when he was on the team, even though we have seen like these one and dones he's done in the past, and someone who's really had this high level of consistency. And Ash, when we see Paint take over the server, it is absolutely terrifying. And you know that prospect can come up at any point.
I think that's the big thing, is that it could be any day where Paint just starts off on the more than just the right foot. Like he can be super explosive, and I feel like we just haven't seen the same Paint that we saw in stage 1, in stage 2. And that as the meta has kind of shifted around, as the map pools have changed here as well, Paint definitely still has that ability as an individual to go mechanically crazy. And I'm curious if maybe some of that comfort is because of like the change in what agents he has to be playing. We're not seeing the same neon that he used to be throwing out into the server as well. Like he definitely looks good on these other duelists too, right? But he's definitely a huge threat to keep an eye out on here for the side of Blue Otter because of that ability to just take over. It's more of a question of, is today going to be one of those days?
Yeah, and in the span of 3 months as well, when you look at it that way, you also see that they've changed their composition quite a lot. So it also is something kind of hard to get used to as a duelist with all these new equipment and things that you have to adjust to. You know, what is my initiator going to throw? Okay, we had Sova last time, and now we're working with someone else. Now we're working with a Killjoy. Now we're working with a Cypher. So it's mostly just adjusting to these things that they're trying to figure out. How can we set up Paint for more success? And I think Paint has done well so far, but I like Ash said, I really do think there's a lot more potential within this player.
I mean, today could be the day, and if it's a day that Paint pops off, then it's going to be a bad time for Blue Otter. But there's other individuals that we're looking at the step up for, and two really big anchors for the teams on both sides. Got to talk about Fireball Ops, that performance that he had last week, going up against Pancakes Jacob, the ever-changing name over here, Ash. And I'm really excited for this head-to-head, but I think it's also really funny when you look at the most played.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna get into that a little bit later too, right? Fireball being that set sentinel, then for SRB, Jacob having been that set sentinel before, one of the best sentinel players I feel like that we saw in Challengers the last couple of stages, especially on that Cypher role. Jacob's so good at taking those timings, but the same thing for Fireball Ops. Him as an individual, I know that he has like incredibly good comms, relaying that information to the team, being able to take those opportunities, whether it's timing and getting a pick on a rotation or relaying the necessary information to change the game plan into the mid round. And I know that for SRB, you talk about, okay, Monty's the main sentinel player right now, the IGL on SRB, but Jacob is now leaning into so many different roles. If we can take a look at the depth of his agent pool as part of this conversation, why we're kind of doing a little bit of that highlight, because he has that understanding of how Fireball Ops is looking to play. And you can see it here. He's widened and broadened this pool of agents, leaning into that Yoru, and then also some of these controller picks coming out here and there as well, allows for a little bit more of that flexibility in composition for the likes of SRB as they're looking to make the adjustments that Gompers was talking about and how they're changing those comps when it comes down to the adaptation that's being necessary with the changes to the meta, with the new maps, new and returning maps coming into the pool.
And I love to see, too, for SRB, that this is a team that is going to have strong individuals be able to go and play on these different agents when you get to see such a wide agent pool. I think that this is, first off, just impressive for Pancakes in general, but as well, I think it's going to be really good for the team as, yeah, they are looking to have some degree of flexibility to be able to keep up with meta and be able to try and take some wins and turn things around for their season before it is to the point of too late, because SRB, with the points they've amassed from stage 1, they are real contenders to still make their way into Ascension. But I think that looking at this, you kind of need a really good run into all of this, and hopefully that can start today for them. Looking ahead at the series, though, map picks and bans, because this is one where I think it's going to get interesting, especially with the information we've seen from the teams. And Shopify, they got one thing in common. We saw SRG pick up Sunset last map, and Gompers SRB are going to do the same. And it's actually both of the same maps in the series. Blue Otter picking up Haven.
Haven for Blue Otter, not necessarily a surprise to me. I mean, this is a map they've played the most out of, I'm pretty sure, majority of the maps that I've seen them play thus far. I think 33 times in the last 3 months, maybe? So, not surprised. I feel like Comfort is definitely there. They have the longest standing composition within this particular map as well, alongside Ascent. So I feel like Comfort really is key for both of these teams, to be completely honest with you. So many strengths on both sides, right? With Sunset kind of just relying a little bit more on, honestly, I don't even think we've seen Sunset very much from Shopify, Rebellion, Black, quite honestly. So it is quite interesting to see that happen. And pull that out, especially with so much repertoire coming through from Sunset from Blue Waters. But yeah, I'm honestly feeling like this is more just of a comfort pick from Blue Waters, the band seemingly making a lot more sense to keep Lotus in for that decider.
I think Sunset will be really interesting because obviously there has to be something up their sleeve for SRB if they're showing this, but considering it's a team that doesn't necessarily play in these third parties, so we don't really have that extra tape that maybe we get with the other teams, and the fact that it was an early exit from stage 2, like this is just something that is in this relatively realm of unknown, which I think is going to be really difficult for Blue Otter if they were looking for any tape or anything else. So I'm excited to see what SRB has to offer on that very first map. But Ash, I gotta ask, when we're looking at that map pool, like, we're thinking we're gonna get to see this Lotus again. We have the exact same map pool, funny enough, within this series, but
I think that my worry here for the fact that we're leading into this map pool is what you're talking about that tape and everything. Excuse me. The fact that SRB have been able to hide so much more because they're not participating in those tournaments, it makes it a lot more difficult for Blue Otter to try and read into their game plan. Meanwhile, they're able to do a lot more homework on the side of Blue Otter in comparison. I think I'm really excited about Sunset as well because there is that potential then to see Paint back onto that Neon role, which is the agent that I felt like he was shining the most on the last 2 stages.
oh, I'm excited for that prospect. That should be good. But I'm also excited to hear how we thought the series was going to be wrapping up today and look at our official predictions. A lot of us were wrong for last time, but it seems like a majority of us are not going to betray we think Shopify Rebellion's one of the teams is going to get a win today. Gomps, it's only you going up against the grain here.
No. I forgot that like we show these and I'm going to have to sit here and defend myself, honestly. But I don't know. In regards to consistency, I'd say both of them are struggling. I just start off with the negative, obviously. It's a positive sandwich. But I genuinely do believe Blue Otters, just based off history and the players they have. I know that Shopify are filled with really, really good mechanically skilled players, but just because you're good doesn't mean you mesh well, I'll be honest. And I feel like in terms of just being able to understand each other, they have such a better understanding. Fireball and I've said it before, Fireball and Fair, they're just so good with cohesion with each other. And I genuinely feel like it's just always consistent with these particular players. And I don't know, I really can't defend it any more than that. I genuinely just feel like the energy is there.
Unless you can write a 5-page essay on why your team is going to win,
guys,
you cannot predict them. That is all I got. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Hold on.
You know what? Valid. I don't know. Just SRB, I don't know. I still have that hopium. I still have that belief. But we can get into that later. I want to see that 5-page report from you. But let's get into this very first map, as our agents are ready. And of course, this is going to be the first look at what SRB have for Sunset. And going into it, I'm actually okay. Ash, Breach has been on and off in terms of how much we get to see Breach. I know there's been some strong words on the broadcast by a couple of the other analysts, but both teams leaning into this.
You can just say Roy's name, you know that, right? Like, it's totally fine to say Roy's name. I definitely think, though, that Sunset is one of the exceptions when it does come to that Breach, just because of the long lines that Breach can play, especially playing over towards A short, just stunning over towards A lobby, and then into that mid line as well to help contest market door if it's going to be like a mid-split coming out from the attackers. So I think the mirror matchup definitely makes a lot of sense for how we're seeing the meta develop here on Sunset, because if you're not looking at this, then the alternative is going to be that Viper gameplay. But I think for both these teams, they really excel in setting up those duelists for the aggressive plays with that Neon pick to really enable them to go and pop off in the server.
I'm always a really big fan for a double stun. I don't know. I also feel like I'm really just enjoying the combination that we might just be able to get to see from. Obviously, we do know that, and we've highlighted Zeke being able to just give that extra reassurance over to Fair. And I don't know, Zeke has really been showing up in regards to just allowing the team to shine and putting themselves on the back burner for quite a bit. So I'm really looking forward to this game in regards to what the synergy is going to look like, especially since we haven't seen this map from Shopify Rebellion Black. So again, we talk about homework, Blue Otter not being able to do so for this team. So just having somewhat of a mirror map composition is a bit scary.
Yeah, but those are always the most exciting to see who can outplay when they have the exact same tools at their disposal. So let's get into this. Two teams sitting at 1 and 2 records, and with the mirror composition, time to see who's going to come out on top on our first map of Sunset. Let's get to it, and to your casters, Vans and Marks, who will take you through.
Thank you so much, Sierra. It's Shopify Rebellion Black, the Stage 1 champions up against a Blue Otter squad who is slowly but surely starting to show a couple of signs of life as they once again are crawling their way through it. Both teams at 1-2. But fans, I now want to hear your take on bringing in Breach to this map.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're looking from both Zeke and Monsi, or just in general why some teams are stepping away from the Breach and just keeping Neon in this comp, is you're seeing that they're leveraging the Neon to bait out utility first and try to kind of go for like a second wave hit to re-clear spots. This time around, adding Breach into it is just to enable even a faster pace on the Neon, and instead of baiting, just going straight for the fight. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Already action into elbow.
Pain able to find the better half there, but stuns galore. Pain double dipping for a little bit more. Zostal goes down in the midst of all of it. Couple of smokes will make sure that nothing more can be found. As Shopify Rebellion Black, they do back off the site. Now Blue Otter, they slowly make their advancement up.
Tough 1-2 to take the site over for Blue Otter. Now, if you're looking at the buy from Zeke, went for 4 util, and they have nothing left for the execution, while Monsi still has a flash to work with. So Jiggle fight information, flash out for the team as the swings comes out.
Ooh, the flash. Just a bit mistimed, but Pain able to still walk away with one. So low HP. Meister now holding the angle. It's reinforcements for Shopify Rebellion Black. Stack themselves up. Meister now just trying to run it down, hoping to find a timing, but actually it will just be Shopify Rebellion Black staying alive and claiming that first pistol round.
I think the other thing coming in for Shopify Rebellion Black in this matchup is this is also, you know, the second time that these two teams meet in Challengers this year. And the last time they went toe-to-toe, there was a lot of opportunity here for Blue Otter to get so much value against SRB. Remember all the timings that Fair has been finding for the team, how well they've been playing as well, and Haven with this double duelist. And I think this time with SRB, never showing the map ever, and then now pulling us out to go toe-to-toe with the same composition as Blue Otter, it almost feels for me that they want to come out with a vengeance, to fight right away, and to show here that Blue Otter just had pure luck the last time that they played against each other. So this time around, you're seeing Blue Otter trying to crunch back into an A-side hit. It's being held by BCJ. I mean, that's all you need. The rest of the team were kind of just in tandem to work for a stall on the A-side once again, and you play your sniper on the long range for the rest. I mean, it's a great way to stop here the aggression that could come out early from Blue Otter.
And BCJ just had an absolute lit up match. Last time we got to see Shopify Rebellion Black play. And honestly, just knowing that that sniper rifle is just watching that long angle. If you're Blue Otter, you don't want anything to do with that one. Spaz, though, watching this corner, waiting for a little bit of a peek. Zostal spots that out first. Spaz rightfully does decide to back out here as the ultimate orb will get scooped up, but Blue Otter, that's still not committal. All things considered, a smoke being thrown to the back, but they back themselves out.
Still a little bit of a silver lining for sure to be able to get that orb up here from Meister. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back towards this B site to maximize that from Meister as well.
30 seconds
Although
left.
it looks like it's already been picked up. Trying to open up here to try to get a plant towards that B site will be another little plus in the calling for Blue Otter in this full eco.
Recon dart into the back of the site will confirm things are somewhat safe. Jacob just on the other side. Zostal now in an excellent position to get a backstab. BCJ opening it up with that first pick onto Zeke. Squad now moves in. The Paranoia flying through is going to enable a little bit more space. Pancakes in the right spot there. Meister able to find a right click, but it's quick and clean. Zostal, the knife in the back, now the only knife remaining on the table for Blue Water. Swinging around, gets a nice little dink, but Monsi's dink is a bit better. Shopify Rebellion, they clean it up and keep 4 alive for their bonus.
I'm still surprised, though, on the side of Blue Water, that if the goal for that round was to maximize orb, that you don't give that plant over to Meister. Because if you're looking at it, he dies in that previous round. He has Hunter Sphere to work with in their bonus round right here, or sorry, in their gun run right here against SRB's bonus. That said, though, at least they still get a plant. They managed to bring up enough economy. If they wanted to bring out an operator, you saw that Meister wanted to invest into that one right away, but you know immediately that if you're going into that, you don't have full armor to work with, and BCJ still holds his outlaw. So they think better. They go for full rifles, full armor, and for mid control to fight against that early peak from BCJ. It's being snuffed out, he's falling back, and now it's an opportunity here for Blue Water to just work the map around. Peek out for info, and that's a great opener.
Fireball Ops. Some on the desk highlighted for being extra sharp here. Down to so low HP. Jacob gonna take the swing. Will win it out and be able to rescue a rifle as well. Meister now using the drone to get a bit of space, but Spaz finding an excellent timing. Can't quite confirm the kill, but launches the Paranoia to allow that escape to happen. Zostal lets one loose on their side as well. And it's a bit of a crunch here. Zostal finally coming out on top, finding Spaz in the midst of all this chaos, as it will be Blue Water getting that spike down.
This is not a good spot for Fair, though. They executed for a split. I laughed a bit because even though they made it towards the back of the site, Paranoia hit him.
Oh, no scope. BCJ finds Fair's head. Doesn't matter how much HP you got there. It is going to be an excellent little stun. Monsi going to be ready for the cleanup. As Zostal still back sight. Meister just watching a separate angle, but it's such good awareness. And suddenly Zostal down to a 1v1. Up against Monsi, Spike ticking away, the good reposition there, and Zostal with the 4K on the off angle secures the round for Blue Otter. It's a difficult one, but they will be able to walk away at least with one rifle.
You see the value of the breach as well in the composition. It was maximized by Monsi, getting value off flashes, getting value off the fault line, and even getting value from the aftershock to flush some players out in the open. But on the 1v1, yes, definitely, as just you called it here, Marks. Beautiful rib position by Zostal. But yeah, even at this point, it's the bonus round that you had coming through here for SRB. You forced Blue Water to win with only one rifle remaining. Thankfully, though, for Zostal makes out of it with 150. So their gun round going into this one is still a full rifle round. Hunter Sphere on the attack side does get a ping.
Well, that's not too good, though. Fair able to just walk all over Spaz, completely overrunning that Omen. And now Fair looking for a little bit more. An aftershock coming out. Stall things down just for a second. BCJ not able to secure the kill. Gets a nice little body shot, but it won't be enough. It's Chaos in the back. Paint finding 2 in the midst of it. Gets taken down as it's Fair, just with the rifle in hand, finds a nice 3K as Blue Water tie up the series.
Both actually Neons getting great value from flipping the map across. Fair in the back and Paint in the front. But this is also now the second time here that the execution of Blue Water forces now Fair all the way back towards gate to try to cut out the rotates on that side. And while he has the walls to come up to defend him, well, the rest of them could just focus on fighting in front of the A site, and he could just hold the back lines in case they win these fights. Then at least you could pinch from behind, and that's exactly what happened at that point. SRB now, as much as they want to continue to hold the A side, they have to put now into consideration this type of aggression that's coming out from Fair and the timing that he finds here from the elbow towards the back of the site. And with the rifle round that they've currently had in SRB, not getting too much value into that one, they're forced to go into a much more broken buy. At least overdrive available for Paint. And you see the setup that they're currently holding here, Marks. When they're playing the solo Senti, they're not really putting a second trip on the top and middle. They're actually leveraging the double stun on that side of Monsi and Paint to close that in. But Blue Water have always been working towards exterminators at this point and getting great value out of it. Except that time.
Jacob, excellent headshot. Able to get the neural theft online, revealing all those positions. Could be the overdrive now online. The electricity going to be zapping across the entire map. And it's ultimates galore. Use all that util that you've got in your pocket. Zostal not able to find anything in the midst of it. Spaz cleaning up that kill, and Shopify Rebellion Black, they just completely swarmed the site. In the midst of all of that, no spike plant. And now this becomes so much more difficult. Fair, Fireball Ops, and a 2v5.
30 seconds
They do
left.
both have rifles, but now Shopify Rebellion Black have rifles in exchange as well.
Last player
Camera came back
standing.
up too. BCJ gets a kill through the smoke. I mean, this is looking like a great answer back from SRB if they can capitalize on a flawless, because this will be a lot of free guns picked up, upgraded on their side. Yeah, only losing Pain is not that bad because the rest of them could get all of these upgrades. I mean, they could even play the game for Blue Otter when they were trying to get into the site with the amount of util that was being utilized once again by Monsi on top of the Hunter's Fury. But I gotta say, the first big mistake was walking out in the open like this. You're walking with your flash out and you're letting yourself get in the headshot before the smoke even comes through. So that's a little bit of a mistake coming out from Blue Otter, and it renders very costly because now it's an opportunity for SRB on the other end to start running away with this one. Zostel has a broken buy, a stinger on his end, but thankfully for the rest, they have rifles to work with where they're looking to frontline off the contact to take full control of the B site.
Pancakes spotting at least that first flash. Will let the cyber cages go. As Fair this time a little bit slower. Could be traversing in onto the site. Fireball Ops, meanwhile, taking the middle there, but it's all good. It's going to be a nice Blue Otter offense as they completely clean the site. Fireball Ops, 2 headshots to end it out amidst all of the util pressure as well, and it's just a clean sweep for Blue Otter, immediately clapping back.
Yeah, it was actually a nice little hole towards the B side at the very beginning with how Jacob was setting up his util. The one-way cages doesn't allow for the Neon to really push through, and they throw themselves a site smoke so they can hide within it in case there's a recon coming through on the other end. But the rest is that hold into that middle for a 2-on-1 to flush them out like that, and they still lose that fight. That's a tough battle to lose, where you have to add the respect into what Fireball Ups could actually do here in these lurks for Blue Otter. Out though for Paint, trying to get an opportunity on the B side, but it's a split from Blue Otter up towards A. Double trips being set up, looking for trip kills are the players of SRB.
I think Fair actually just burnt out that ultimate, not finding anybody. An excellent read from Shopify Rebellion, playing a little bit further back, and I don't know whether or not they saw each other, and so Ships passing into night. Spaz literally just on top of a Bucky, just around a corner here. As Shopify Rebellion, they get ready to move on, but I want to point your attention to Fireball Ops. It's going to be an ultimate getting ripped right off the back here. Fireball Ops going to be moving forwards, makes that flank exceptional.
I know
As Spaz still unaware of where this Neon is. Finally, we'll find it, but BCJ goes down to the midst of all of it, and it's just utter confusion for Shopify Rebellion. Spaz still able to find one. Uses the paranoia. Tries to find some sort of reposition down to 1v2. Fair going to be swinging through, very low HP, cleans it up. Now a 1v1, and Meister just goes in and shuts that one down. It was chaos in the back of sight there, but Blue Water, they win it out.
I love the tech at least on the 1v1. Unlucky that the smoke bloomed a little bit too late, but he did a Forsaken play to put the smoke in the front so he could at least try to get it at half and force the other one to run out through. But yeah, that whole shenanigans happening on the top of the boxes. The reason why I said, oh no, was that he was able to come through, and as he turns around and hears the footsteps, he's stunned. So he can't get the full kill into BCJ, or to avenge or help BCJ until BCJ falls. And that puts him on a 1v1. That's just unfortunate the whole time when he had high grounds the whole time. But that's the third time that Fair snuck through and got value by pushing towards the back of the spawn. And now Shopify Rebellion Black are on an eco. They're looking to fight back through the smoke though. You see the lineup from the fault line and for them to push back out, but already we're smarter for Blue Water to fall back.
Very aggressive on mid right now for Shopify Rebellion. Zo's still able to find the fadeaway. Meanwhile, is Blue Water able to come out on top of the gun engagement as Fireball Ops looking for yet another BCJ going down, and that will open up the B side. So Blue Water, they make their rotation over, nice, quick, and clean, as it is Spaz and Monsi in this 1v2. Monsi now very low HP, but they should be able to at least rescue a couple of weapons to try and make this one happen. If Fireball Ops still already so far forwards. Now Monsi, just on the other side of this is Fair. Fair holds the bullets for a second as Monsi's actually able to find a kill. The fault line goes out. Monsi for another one. Suddenly this is very possible. Fireball Ops stunned up here, able to at least find one. Down to this 1v1 again. Spaz looking for an opportunity. Fireball ops, lets the bullets go, and it's through the smoke. A headshot just to put the bow on top of the present. Blue Water, they win it out amidst all the pressure that Shopify Rebellion Black had at them.
And getting that type of kill with the Vandal of all things, when you have tracers through the smoke, dropping down and getting a headshot as he drops, that just fully breaks the anticlimactic round that would have been awesome there for Monsi. 4K with a Bulldog and getting a Rolling Thunder that actually does connect onto Fireball Ops, who somehow still manages to get the pick while fully stunned. Cosmetic coming through at that one, but that's just the power of the off angle here that Fireball Ops had in that moment. And yeah, this is an important timeout now being called by SRB. It almost feels every single time they have a good grasp of holding the defensive side, but there's just a one pesky player that moves around that's able to get through their defensive lines that really makes it much more difficult for them to play the retake within the sites. So this timeout for me just has to be a call now for SRB to maybe be a little bit more aggressive on their defensive side, especially when they have a composition for it. You definitely have to lock down some sort of lane and not give too much out for Blue Water. Because at this point here, Marks, you're playing a very passive B-side site for Jacob. You're playing all the way in the back here to allow Fair to move forward into the spawn. And you're still playing double stun top middle on top of that. So Blue Water can really run across the whole map and get great value out of these lurks.
Yeah, and I think that also is part of the conditioning that Blue Water have been doing on this map. I mean, it's been always so aggressive on at least one of these sides. We're seeing that same level of aggression again. Fair goes in, able to find two. Are you kidding me? No sign of slowing down at all. Fair looking for a little bit more. Excellent paranoia. The swing is perfect. Pancakes makes one happen. The man with two names trying to hold it down, looking for another, but Zoe's still ready for that cleanup. And just like that, the book was opened and immediately closed. Blue Water get the plant down. A BCJ in a 1v4. Probably looking to save, as this one is not looking very possible.
Yeah, if he gets flattened, you call him Pancakes. But if he pops off, his alter ego being Jacob just in the round. But that said, it almost seems like they're concocting some sort of defensive line to stop this slide early aggression from Fair. That was actually worked out on a pistol round. The way that they fault line and put Paint in that front, they got an opener onto that one. Paint was actually able to get 2 kills in the pistol round from that position. This time around, though, the fault line missed. And it was the opposite that happened. It's the Neon on the side of Blue Water that got 2 openings on his side just because he got so much value escaping away from that fault line. It's almost you're putting a lot of eggs into that basket to really try to allow Paint to go toe-to-toe against Fair. But by doing blind fault lines like that, you have to understand the timings of the Neon that you play against a little bit better. So that unfortunately is not going to be a timeout that gives them good value for the side of the defense. Look at that. Even a Neon stun, he was able to avoid that too. So that's just unlucky here. Well, not necessarily unlucky. It's just missed timing on the side of SRB and a great push by Fair that gets full value out of those mistakes.
And honestly, the util combination coming in order to support this Neon, it felt like something that was lacking in the last series that we saw. Everything feels a lot more cohesive and well orchestrated. As once again, we're seeing Fair go in this time though. Paint able to find the better of that Neon duel. It's going to be a Hunter's Fury as well, just for good effort, but gets a ping onto Spaz, but nothing more. No space guaranteed either. And so Blue Water, if they want to move on in onto this A site, they have to be very meticulous about clearing everything.
Yeah, and the third beam actually went between both players of Spaz and Pain. So anticipating TP for safety, but unfortunately still couldn't get that ping. And finally here, they get value, and it was Paint switching a little bit his relay bolt to be a little bit closer to him, and that fully owned Fair. Look at how the difference is. It went right on the top of that ramp, right where Fair has been pathing every single time since the pistol round. But now you're still trying to play numbers advantage, but you're playing 4-1 because of the setup that you have. You still have no trips towards middle. So you're forced to play the backside a little bit more passively. You're forced to give up the B site for the attackers to take the plant, and you have a much lower buy. So there's still a chance here for Blue Water to capitalize on taking over this round.
Fireball hops. Yep. Okay.
Dude.
Was just about to comment. That's a little bit scary to have in your backline here. The Spike, though, very patient over onto that B site. Finally, the execute will happen, as it looks like SRB are tied up. But with the plan now going down, they at least bided their time to make sure that they knew what was going on. So they do have the bodies to move in.
You already have the information at Fireball Ups, maybe not the Sova, but you have to move a lot quicker because there's only 2 players on the outside of the B site for Blue Water. So look at SRB already moving into the B site.
See, confirming the information now. Meister as well, getting really far deep into that back line, tapping the spike there. Spaz making sure to stand just far enough away. Monsi, first one in the crosshairs. Pancakes finds Zostal as Zeke just finds a nice little one tap. It is going to be the Rolling Thunder just to confirm the rest of the round here. This Blue Otter, they go for the bait and switch, and it completely works against Shopify.
They're missing their timings, man, for Shopify Rebellion Black, and it's just unfortunate to see. 2 rounds ago, it was what I just mentioned, how Fair was able to take that opportunity, the advantage on the elbow. But that previous round, Paint just swung into the elbow before even the fault line came up to punish Fireball Ups. So it was a free kill for Fireball Ups, pulls the cage and falls back. And that just allows for all the delay to happen. I mean, look at that util coming out from Zeke. That shot, though, beautiful to allow the Rolling Thunder to guarantee the round. Although it looks like it was an overcooked, but you definitely saw SRB closing that gap very quickly. And now a trip kill, op shot missed, and this might be it for the round for SRB because they don't have players in there.
Yeah, look at how deep Fair is. Oh, hey, you don't want the judge out of that opportunity. Paint still not able to find a kill, and Blue Water, they swarm in, and they swarm fast. Devouring their prey on the site. Spike going to go down. Meister in an off angle, but Spaz ready for that one to shut it down. A 3v4 scenario, last round in the half. They have to try and make this one work. It's going to be the drone coming in first from BCJ to try and get a little bit of information, but Fair just on the other side has this judge in hand. Will get paranoid, can't quite spot Pancakes on the far angle, as it is going to be the fault line that gets dropped next here. The double swing coming around. Fireball is going to be ready for that. A trade on site as Jacob spotting out the timing. Oh, Zostal teleports right into the bit of gunfire. Now Zeke into this 1v2, looking for it, but BCJ ready for it. Jacob will get the defuse as Shopify Rebellion makes sure that it is going to be a 4-7. Sorry, this was not the last round of the half.
It's okay. I should have corrected you. 2 agents that can't even count. Oh my God, we're fired.
Oh, the disappointment
from our parents.
I felt it. It was in the air.
That said, though, this is a 5v3. What I wanted to commend Blue Water for was the great pathing that he did from short side to even take over the back of the site from top shop. I mean, again, Fair finding big openings and taking full advantage of the pathing that he took, and that just overpowered the op that was trying to be positioned by SRB. So just really throwing him for a loop and somehow just couldn't hold the pulse plan. Beautiful shots coming in on a defense. Here's the real last round of the half, though. Spaz caught with a paranoia, but Fair already got it from behind.
That was a little bit too rambunctious, if you ask me. And immediately gets punished there with Blue Water just swarming all over mid. Jacob able to confirm a bit of the space here. Meister's already made their way onto this B site, and Fair finds a headshot here. Pancakes, sorry, Jacob still alive in the midst of all of it. Now
he got a kill. He's Jacob now.
Oh yeah, sorry, Jacob is alive in the midst of all of it. But look at that fireball! With literally just a pixel finds Paint's head, and suddenly Jacob in this 1v3. What a flick! That's the Jacob we know and love. Not able to secure the kill. Zostal down to 2 HP now. Waits out the entire thing. It's chaos in the back. The spike was planted in the midst of all of that, but Blue Water secure that 8-4 half.
But just like in those rounds, man, the lurk positioning from anybody. If it's not Fair going in and being on the front lines, he's also able to sneak through from behind and take somebody down. Once they open up the 5v4, the lurk coming in from Meister from one end, Fireball Ups with another one. I mean, there's just no way that SRB could play a defensive round if you're going to play these, again, giving up so much space on the side of their defense. But it's again, they did try to shut down the A site, but put too much resources since the timeout to shut down the A site hits that, I mean, after that timeout, you saw how Blue Water pathed differently. So great conditioning on that side. And it shows as to why here Blue Water likes to play this map. Now on the attack side, though, they're trying to do the same thing, trying to counteract against potentially this aggression coming out from SRB. It's them instead, fault line, moving forward, really bold, and Fair pushes them back.
It's so aggressive. Fair just sensing a little bit of blood in the water, and Shopify Rebellion Black, they're all just waiting on the other side.
Fault line recon.
Could be deadly here, but yeah, Fair walks in, able to walk away with 3 in the midst of that smoke, and swing through, looking for more. Will find 4. Finally, Jacob shuts that down, but the damage is done. Excellent utility combination coming in from Blue Water to really set up Fair for success.
And it was basically just a smoke. It almost felt like Blue Water knew that SRB wanted to go for a re-hit back towards the A side, because they already placed a breach up towards the A tiles, ready for a fault line with a silver recon dart so they could double swing through that. But as soon as the one-way smoke dissipates, Zolstal throws a floor smoke so that Fair doesn't get hit by the recon, dodges, right here, dodges the fault line, dodges the recon, and gets 3 free kills inside the smoke. That's just insane coordination and teamwork coming out from Blue Water when you're expecting that on the side of SRB. That said, Anika round on their side, full classics, no armor, but they're not looking to explode anywhere. They're staying back towards that spawn, and they're hoping to counter the aggression out from Blue Water with the breached neon comp that they're running on their side.
Yeah, they were anticipating that, but this time Blue Water is a bit more patient with it. Information will be gained. BCJ's picking up an orb, but they back up, and it looks like Shopify are looking to take a lot of pressure towards the top of mid.
Nice little attempt to do. Try to squeeze back into a market split. The Aldrone's going to spot Zoostal. Like they're going to go against the Judge, bro. Okay, finally, his paint opens it up, but that's only a Judge to be picked up.
Oh, excellent timing with the flash. Spaz now able to secure the kill onto Fireball Ops. And suddenly Shopify, like they've got the site completely. Paint looking for a little bit more, walks into the crosshairs of Meister. Unfortunately, even in that close range, the Judge not going to do you good as a Spaz with the kill through the wall. That was looking clean as ever. Fair in the back line looking for it. Taps Spaz's head. And suddenly it's Monty down to a 1v2. Oh, it's going to be the relay bolts and the backstab to make sure that Blue Water win the round. But honestly, I'm pretty impressed with what Shopify brought to the table.
Especially with the lower buy that they had, I do agree with you. And on top of that, the shots that were coming through from both teams. When it doesn't get chaotic, when you don't get surprised here by shenanigan positioning or util on either ends, you could definitely still see that both teams are quite on point in terms of the shooting department. I mean, look at these shots coming through. A full flash blinded headshot onto Meister, taps on one side. You saw the same thing on the defensive end for SRB as well, or sorry, attacking side for SRB as well. Now plant, rifle round, bonus round is still quite decent for their side of Blue Water, as they have the Judge in hand of Zolstal trying to hold up on the elbow with Fair and Zeke.
Yeah, a fault line very early on, completely just neuters the Shopify Rebellion push there. As Blue Water, I mean, once again, they're really setting the pace on how this match is going.
Double trips being used for that B side, so you're starting to see here this lean from Sunset where you're leveraging that Sova a little bit more for the hold on information on top middle.
Oh, Spaz still able to win one out, despite the fact that Fair was on the other side, but it is that Judge in that close range. Tail as old as time as Zeke with the swing as well. Try and secure a little bit, but Payne moving in, stunned up, can't see a thing, but that's okay. He just sprays things down as Meister gets the reposition, dropping the spike as well. Shopify Rebellion Black, they're split up all over the map. Pancakes Jacob at least able to get so much space. That's going to keep on happening, and you can count on that. But look at this. Blue Otter, they're taking space onto mid, and this could be deadly if they're somehow able to find Paint.
Marks, at least you didn't have to cast 2G versus G2 like I did for last week at the BCTs. Now that was confusing. That said, though, I like that they regrouped on the side of Blue Water, but I thought they would try to move over and upgrade into these weapons that were left behind on elbow. Instead, you want to try to beat the timing, but you're giving your position away by breaking this trip, and this gives the advantage back here for the side of SRB. Trip gets broken, they plant for spawn.
See how they want to do it. Meister does have full utility here. Be a split up as well. Jacob taking an off angle.
I was going to say, they still have camera to look into that.
Yeah, the position gets given away. Paint just kind of dancing around the back here. Fireball Ops, the first one around, a crispy headshot with that Guardian in hand. Busting out the camera as well. Meister confirms the position. These two are known. Jacob, oh, back one on their own. Now playing run away from the spikes, see how long you can kind of survive. Here's the spike being held. Jacob looking for that opportunity up against Fireball Ops, someone who is extremely sharp as well. The bullet spraying kind of confirms what is going on. It's so annoying, but I don't think that there is enough time here, as it will be Shopify Rebellion Black winning the round off the spike explosion.
So far, both Cyphers are playing an excellent game for both of these teams. Sometimes a little bit more you want to commend how Fireballs has been currently playing, but That round by Jacob was actually insane. Super nice clean shot there on the right side of the elbow, and the util that they still had for the retake. The camera that actually forced paint away, that forced Fair away to get the dart out, allowed for them to isolate those two players. And for him to isolate the 1v1s to finally play the mind game against Fireball Ups and win the round. So they stay in this game for now. They still don't have the best of buys, and a push forward from Fair, dude.
Oh, it's so brutal. At least we see that they're able to really maintain that. I mean, if you're Jacob, you go to the camera and you're like, oh, there's a Neon just running it down. Wait a second, that's not good. BCJ, meanwhile, able to find Mikester. And yeah, Shopify Rebellion Black, like a turtle just going back into the shell, just hanging out in the spot, waiting for potential more aggression from Blue Otter. Let's see who else wants a little bit of a piece of this one. And finally, they will be going exploring, but Zeke is pretty far out of B.
Yeah, that resets everything too. The fact that they've lost both Fair and Meister, it doesn't really allow for them to get any type of information in the mid round, with the exception of a lurk back towards the A side. So SRB, realizing how it was so aggressive at the beginning of the round from middle and B side, they could probably understand here that there's probably not too much stall util on the side of Blue Water towards B. So it's a great read for them to scale up here towards this B side, where Zeke's out in the open. So much for scaling. They just wall banged the box and gave their position away.
I was gonna say, you know, we'll just give ourselves up. Now down to a 2v2 in the midst of all of this. Fireball Ops. What? BCJ.
That's what I'm saying.
5 HP. The spike is down. Position's going to be revealed. Has to make this one work and walks right into the crosshairs. Blue Otter, despite everything that was going on, and despite Shopify Rebellion having the advantage, they close the door, and it's all thanks to their Cypher.
Dude, you're trying to walk contact into the mid round. You have a 4v4 pretty much at this point, and you're just spamming the box to just let everybody know that you're moving towards that B site. Zeke at this point doesn't even need to shoot anymore. Zolstul, as soon as he hears the sprays, gets the smoke in front of that B site. They fault line to stun it and delay long enough to allow Zolstul to get within the smoke and play right out of it to catch some players off guard. I did not like that mid-round call coming out here from SRB, unfortunately, and that might be the end of this map. So quite unfortunate there, because again, you're going back into the history of time where SRB has been permabanning this map since probably this game came out. We haven't really seen in history them coming out with this map, and we haven't seen too many trap plays coming through here on what they could deliver with this type of composition. But Blue Water did, and that's what I was hoping to see on the side of SRB.
Yeah.
But it's still lacking.
I mean, it's so interesting, too, that this was the Shopify Rebellion Black map pick, all things considered, because exactly like you said, we haven't seen them play this map ever. We have seen Blue Water play it a couple of times, and they've looked really good. But, man, like, Fireball Ops is just hitting shots, so confident in taking those duels. You would have assumed that that Cypher is actually the duelist with how much space Fireball has just been kind of taking over and finding kills.
You definitely are putting a lot of stocks into Fireball Ups with how he's been playing throughout this split here of Challengers, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's now going to be on a radar for certain players or certain teams in Tier 1 looking for potential changes in the future, because he's definitely delivering on his Sentinel role.
Oh, Fair spots out an arm there. As Zostil was ready for Pain Spaz, just on the other side, Will actually able to confirm that kill as Zeke pops out from the shadows and finds two as well. It's double kill on double kill. Blue Water, they shut the door on Shopify Rebellion Black and now find themselves at map point.
At least he got Fair, I guess. But yeah, I think that's the other thing too. Prize. And that's the thing with how Fair pushed all the way down despite him losing his rifle out there. But with the amount of space that they've gained on that side, they already know that there's not going to be any pressure or quick pressure coming out from the A side. So to rotate those two players on top middle, set up that crossfire, swing up the smoke after Fair falls down to catch SRB off guard, that's just a nice answer back into how they're holding a defensive side there. And you're now moving into potentially the last round of this map, because SRB have yet to find great value off their attack side here, and it's already being stalled by all this util and even falling behind the Owl Drone. So Fair playing the same thing again with Zolstul.
It's a combination that has been working out for them at the start of every single round, so why not run it again? And it is more than enough to really intimidate Shopify Rebellion, forcing them to go onto this B side. But
Yeah.
at the same time, like, Fireball just kind of gave it up.
They're okay of giving it up because you have to play soft side, right? You've utilized all of your resources towards the A side to control that side, and also allow Meister to pick up the Hunter's Fury with the orb. How does he still get a kill out of that? We'll find out later.
Yeah, just a pixel's worth of information and able to find a headshot onto Paint. Now the spike goes down here. Fair coming around from the back. Hunter's Fury going to be online as Fair now going to be making himself known in the back here. As it is, Meister able to find BCJ, and the back is all completely cleared out. It's Spaz and Jacob up against the world 2v5. Spaz able to find 2. Zostil finding Spaz just for the trade back, but Zostil confirms the kills as that will be Blue Otter with the defuse here, winning out Shopify Rebellion Black's map pick of Sunset 13-5.
And utilizing the Hunter's Fury that they picked up on the defensive side on that side from Blue Otter just to simply counter BCJ's Hunter's Fury on the outside. That starts the retake on the end of Blue Otter. I gotta say, they came back. It was supposed to be Shopify Rebellion Black coming back with a vengeance, but Blue Otter definitely looked a lot more prepared with how they wanted to answer on the fly with how SRB were playing their map pick.
Yeah, and I mean, on the desk, I believe it was Gompers who said that Blue Otter was coming out with firepower to the max. And we definitely saw firepower to the max. It appears my webcam is frozen, which is not the best, but hey,
that's
you know
just
what?
a look at disappointment. Just like us when we couldn't counter maths on broadcast.
Man, you know, it happens, but now we're going to be throwing to a break. And when we come back, we're going to have Haven just on the other side.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Sunset, the very first map in the series, something we haven't seen from Shopify Rebellion Black as they pick it up as their map pick, which made this a very unknown quantity. We didn't know what they were going to do, but it turns out the SRB also unfamiliar with Blue Otter's game, and that is going to be a strong victory on the opposing end. I mean, Ash, looking back at that, like, we'd see this stuff to be pretty close, but Blue Otter, like, they looked really strong here.
I think part of the conversation was it kind of being a 50-50 on whether or not it was going to be SRB being able to like pull something out of their back pocket, having that kind of surprise factor when it comes to their game plan, because they haven't shown this yet in any officials. But then on the flip side, then there's the fact that Blue Otter, they've played it so many times and they have those reps under their belt. And it was a question of who is going to reign supreme in what regard and who is going to have that kind of general advantage going into this. But Blue Otter absolutely looked drilled when it came to their approach to this map.
I agree. I think approach-wise, and what I really did like to see, there was a lot of cohesion between Zolstol, Fair, and Zeke, which was quite interesting because it was allowing the smoke to kind of give that coverage over to Fair. And then having Zolstol kind of follow up with, having Zeke follow up with a stun or a flash to allow for more security, which obviously we did get to see Fair just completely blow everyone out of the water. I think it was spectacular performance in terms of that trio, especially down on A, because Seaside was just under wraps, right? Like with the Cypher, so there was no problem at all. I feel like they like you said, Ash, right? There's just so many repetitions coming through from Blue Otters that it really wasn't a worry for them coming through for Sunset.
I mean, even just looking at this Blue Otter squad and looking at the individual performances, it was a Blue Otter that was really able to step up here. I mean, we had praised Shopify Rebellion Black for being some really talented, really mechanically gifted individuals. And I guess we didn't really hit that point home hard enough here for the side of Blue Otter. I mean, looking at the scoreboard and the individual performances, unfortunately, Zeke was victim to the we highlighted beforehand. So this is going to be the game that he doesn't get kills curse. We're so sorry. It's because your teammates took all the kills. I mean, here, if you're looking at just like the top of the scoreboard, Fair having a really strong performance, Fireball Ops. I mean, Ash, this was really strong.
Yeah, it was really strong on the side of Blue Otter. Everyone stepping up to the plate. And then I think for the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, what was difficult for them was I feel like while Jacob was doing his best to hold things down, typically over on that B site, Blue Otter were just so good at swarming around SRB, no matter which site they were looking to hit, and ensuring that they were layering that utility to force those players into a situation where, yes, they're already on an island, but also unable to comfortably find that escape as well. And I think some of those adaptations on the side of SRB for that positioning just came a little too late.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, something I enjoyed to see from Blue Otters, they were very adamant about just getting first pick, no matter what they had to do, right? They were very aggressive on the defense, whether it be defense or attack, right? Moving up through mid, going all the way back to spawn to make sure that there was no space at all left to be taken, which was quite interesting to see. I think they handled themselves well. I feel like maybe Blue Otters may have been underestimated a little bit, guys. I don't know. They played really well. I feel like it goes to show that they have so much more that's going to come.
Gompers is just having a couple of more things to add to that 5-page essay on why Blue Otter is going to win this series. I mean, I believe it at this point because that was a really, really strong performance to put out, especially to Ash. Looking back at one of these rounds, just one to really highlight. I believe you have a presentation here for the class.
I think taking a look at round 7, yes, I know Blue Otter also took round 6 away to get that win streak going, but it felt like this round 7 here where we saw the fault line to help Fair get up close and personal take this site. And you see that SRB, they're playing really far back. They're expecting the Rolling Thunder to be used right off the gate for that site control. It wasn't necessary with how easily Fair was able to scale up. Unfortunately here, Spaz does not happen to look underneath him, and it's very comfortable for Fair to maintain this close positioning after that overdrive runs out with the Bucky. But then the fact that they could save it, it allowed this Rolling Thunder to be used in towards CT. Fireball Ops goes in for that lurk that he was holding over towards A main. It does eventually turn into a 1v1 situation here for Spaz, looking to try and close this out somehow from SRB. Is able to isolate a lot of those 1v1s, but unfortunately for him, it was great repositioning coming out from Mikester. You can even see that Forsaken smoke that we saw being used during Masters Toronto being adapted now by a lot of controller players to have 2 additional layers of that coverage that you have to push through, but timing just wasn't there. And I think that those game plans there for Blue Otter were really nice with how they were making those adaptations and reading into how they thought SRB were expecting them to approach the round.
And to have those gameplay ideas like that on the very first map up against an SRB, they really didn't know what they're going to pull out. I think is so promising for Blue Otter heading into the series, because now that was SRB's map pick, and we're going into a map of Haven, which I definitely think will be an interesting battleground for these two teams. Do not get me wrong. It's not something that Blue Otter has had necessarily the most of success with, and we have seen recent switches when we're looking at this duelist. So this is something where, hey, they obviously have been leveling up here. It was a very different loss last time than it was the time before Gomps. So I'm intrigued to see how they set that up today, and if SRB have what it takes in the tank to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, it's so difficult because, again, I feel like a lot of the great moments that we got to see from Blue Otters was majority of it being just the fact that they were so adamant about making sure their numbers were higher and getting that firsthand engagement, which I feel like on Haven, that really is the name of the game, right? It's not play slow. It's not, oh, just wait and see. It really is be the dominant force, push yourself out on defense, get those early engagements, make sure the util's not, being too much of a pain. So for me, Haven it is more so, I mean, it was picked by Blue Otters. Starting off of the defensive side, we've seen them be so incredibly dominant on Sunset on defense, and it really is just, I mean, it's the name of the game, right? Just be cohesive, and I feel like they are just matching that vibe.
I think what's going to be interesting going into our second map is also the fact that you look at the compositional differences between these two teams. For Blue Otter, despite the nerfs coming out to the breach, they're still very reliant on it. A lot of that having to do with Zeke's proficiency on this agent. We saw how good he was during like that prime Teho breach meta, and then I guess more so that focus on just enabling Fair to go for a lot of those fights and those repetitions, allowing them to get a better understanding of that change, that slight change in the fault line timing. But that does ultimately also turn into like a really big change when you're looking at just like those small things that matter, and Blue Otter have been able to lock that down compared to an SRB who have been leaning into that shift to the double controller, but then also calling back a couple of years to that raise fade combination in their composition, which is something that you don't see very often on Haven anymore. They managed to find a win with that up against SAD Esports, but I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to repeat those same results, especially with Paint having a slower start today.
And I love that you call out Paint too, and maybe that slower bit of start, because when we're looking at SRB on this attack, it was something that when they did have this win up against, I'm blanking on the name. Yes, thank you so much. It was something too where they had a really, really strong attacking half. So when we are looking at someone, anyone could step up, anyone could shoot, but Paint has been someone that, especially on that raise, is so instrumental to that. So I'm curious then, how is that on Blue Otter? Oh my God, I'm getting all the names mixed up now. How on Blue Otter, they're going to slow that down. And if SRB, if we can see that turn up here, but agents are ready. Let's get into it, because we've been talking about those agent differences per these teams. But of course, we have seen Blue Otter switch up from week to week. The duelist they want to run, whether they found the most comfortable version of the team, we'll have to see. And getting into it, it does look like it's going to be, Ash, just a classic, this is kind of what we chalked it up to be situation.
Yeah, exactly. Just about what we expect coming into this. I think I'm excited to see SRB starting on the attack like you were shouting out there, Sierra, and seeing how the BCJ and Paint dynamic duo is going to work, especially that combo with the C's and then the Paint shells. And then for Blue Otter, again, we talked so much about Zeke being on that breach, the responsibility that he has as well to give Fair those opportunities to set up on some deeper sight lines with that op and try and take a little bit of that space as they play the push and pull game here at Haven.
Yeah, also seems like we've kind of stuck around to finally, I mean, I know they've recently changed their comp to go from like that breach Tejo. This is like the first time ever since, the second time actually ever since like the meta change has kind of come into action. So it's seeming like they're comfortable with what they're given here for Shopify Rebellion Black. Although I am, again, I like the breach. I think Zeke has been showing some promising movement before, especially in cohesion with Zostal. So excited to see that trio again.
Well, it's a Blue Otter when you're talking about that cohesion. We saw that on the very first map of the series. It's time to see if that's leveled up one more time to try and close out this series 2-0, or if SRB, with this nod back to the Fade Rays, can take down a win and take us into Lotus. Let's get into the server and over to your casters, Vans and Marks. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Sierra. And yes, Shopify Rebellion Black, the squad that we were really hoping to turn it up just a little bit more, falling flat on their map pick. And now we find ourselves at Haven, which Blue Otter has not had any success at winning themselves. And an interesting bit of compositional changes here. Vance, would love to hear your opinion on this.
A definitely interesting one for sure for SRB, rolling back the years, as Ash mentioned. I think we're going back to like 2021 Ray's Fade, when Fade was first announcing you're trying to use that util to play against like a chamber, for example. But I still think that this works out quite well in how they're trying to develop around the map with the Viper, and also to make sure that they're able to stall well enough with the Viper and a KJ. On the side of Blue Water, though, I'm actually quite surprised that they have found nearly any success on this map, yet they still want to choose this against Shopify. I think their only real value that they had was when they played double duelist, the ISO with the Euro combination that worked out well into other tournaments, but this time wants to go a little bit more vanilla. And vanilla comps this time around on a map like Haven could still work, but to play against this Viper combination, though, might be a good winning solution for SRB to push this to a third map. But as I say that, I forget that Fair always finds timing walking down middle. And he does that on piss around. Thankfully, though, because they're playing a KJ for SRB, it will not get spotted. So he's cutting the rotates. He's cutting the rotates. Jesus, what is going on?
Oh, and Fireball Ops, in the midst of all of that, off of a bit of Cypher utility, is able to find it. And now it's going to be open season on this site. Shopify Rebellion at least winning out most of the initial duels. Fair, though, so far deep. Paranoia gets launched back. And yeah, nobody's expecting this jet to be right behind. It's all just dink damage. Fair, not quite done yet. Looking for a bit more spray downs, is waiting for Zostal to get in the spot, but it doesn't matter. Fair, one-man army in the back line. Spaz, last person alive. Sure, let that Paranoia go, but Fair is able to spot it out, and it's a very successful flank that comes alive to make sure the Blue Waters win that pistol.
I really don't know what to say about that turret. Because even at that point, sometimes when you want to play a forward turret on piss around, you're putting on top of the boxes of grass, so he watches like the front B and garage push. If you're going to set it that far back, it's supposed to watch the A site push. And on top of that, they're pushing into the C site where he's not in range of his turret anymore, allowing Fair to do this. So for them to delay well enough on the side of Blue Otter and combine the Paranoia for them to get great value off that backstab, that is just not a round that you want to see on what's supposed to be such a seasoned team on the side of SRB. Now trying to counter out the anti-eco. Fair on the top of the boxes. This is free reign once again.
Yeah, look at that. Kill feeds all Blue Waters right now. Spike down as well. So difficult for Shopify Rebellion Black. Two of the members able to escape with their life. And now this just goes from a hard situation to a near impossible one, as the Blue Waters, at any moment, all of them still alive, can simply just go over to one of these sites and take them out. There's not even a lot of utility left.
Yeah, not much opportunities to close the round out here for SRB. Everybody's quite healthy on their end. Only Fair got a little bit of chip damage on the anti-eco, but silver lining is we'll avoid Dart. We got to move quick for our plant, though, because they're already closing in from the back lines.
Oh, Meister just watching for that. Paint immediately caught off guard, and
Still doesn't get it.
who else but Fair walks through. Spike not even put down, so the ultimate orb doesn't even get claimed. A clean round from the Otters.
Yeah. And I do understand why SRB didn't want to just rush in and break that dart. We have the benefit of being able to see all the players' positions while they're still trying to play contact. Had zero information that there was actually already another aggressive flank coming out from Zeke and from Fair this time around. And now, unfortunately, with no plants coming through, this is going to get so much value for Zostal on this Outlaw. He's currently watching it towards the garage. I mean, he's going to use it to smoke towards the A side first, and then just play a passive angle here with the Outlaw. And finally, oh no. I was going to say we committed into putting the turret up, and it misses Fair. It's not deep out enough, and Fair is going to get a free kill. Unless the timing.
Oh, okay.
Still a free kill.
At least it's a trade.
Yeah, still a free kill, though. And look at the next person walking forward.
Oh, man. Great anxiety is being built up around these turrets right now as Meister going for a swing as well, but understands might be outshot on this one. Going to run for the hills instead, Stinger in hand. For potentially just a close range battle as we'll get chopped up as well. And yeah, that's going to be Shopify Rebellion Black all day once they confirm that information. And now it's Shopify running for the plant here. Still 3 Blue Otter members remain.
I'll definitely give them that, though, for SRB to re-clear the way that they did against Meister. That said, plan is about to come down. This is still a bonus round only for Blue Otter. But there's still an opportunity here. It's still Zostal and Fireballups. They could do some good damage in their bonus round.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there is the Killjoy alarm bot on the back of site, just in front of BCJ. And as soon as that one goes off, confirms at least one of the positions. So BCJ shuts Zostal down in the backlight. And sure, Fireball Ops, we've seen do disgusting things, but I think this might be too much of a tall order going up against 4. And at this point, you're just going to try and look for a couple of kills, make the economy for Shopify Rebellion Black hurt a bit more. And if you're Shopify, you will be playing smart to make sure that you can carry as much weaponry as you can into these next rounds. And yeah, we're seeing them now abandon site. Chicken's going to shoot a couple of bullets out, but that is going to be the round opened and shut.
I think you nailed it right there, too. You want to be pristine and more clean, and that's, at least in this round, despite them getting surprised by how Fair pushed through the window and got that pick. I love that the readjustments and to re-hit the way that they did to work the mid-round was not rushed. They still used great utility after they spotted Meister, even if they had him pinned within the corner, leveraged the Prowler to confirm that spot and really get a free kill off that rotate back and the overextension coming out there from Meister. So yeah, despite that first mistake coming in from the turret, this time a chance for redemption. You see Fair looking to walk down again, and this time, where is Monsi going to place the turret?
All eyes on Monsi right now. It's going to be the Blade Storm drawn right off the bat as Fair once again going exploring. The BCJ will be forced back a second as Blue Water, they take a lot of map control towards C.
He hears all this info. Free kill, spike down.
Oh.
What are we doing?
Oh. Finally, Fair gets punished. We'll be able to rescue the spike here. Looks like Shopify Rebellion Black are going to be looking towards that A site, but they really have to start plugging a lot of these holes that Fair is finding so quick in these rounds.
At least players already inside the site. No site smoke too, so Zostal's going to be out in the open. Beautiful now for SRB to answer back once again, despite them losing the first player on that push.
Yeah, Spike will be going down here. See Monsi as well, holding up the rear, but it's going to be Blue Waters just moving in from their spawn. Next to the first person on point, an excellent little crossfire being set up as Meister turns around the corner. Crossfire is going to be activated. Paint finding one. Fireball Ops now looking to move alongside Z. Goes to the swing, but it's going to be a wide angle that Pancakes is able to punish that one. Shopify Rebellion, they execute well, and they close out that round.
This is basically the previous round all over again. Turret misses, Fair gets punished, they pivot towards the A site, and they get a beautiful hold in the end for SRB. It almost feels to me that they're almost fake conditioning that the turret is at a bad spot so they can just answer back on the aggressive pushes coming out from Blue Water. And now looks like it. Monsi had enough. He's literally just going to drop the turret at the window. But that could be a simple wallbang in the later rounds. But thankfully, at least on that end, it's an eco round for Blue Water. So most of the focus is over towards the A side. So the turret's not going to see much. And so will the players trying to walk out of that smoke and get an instantly punish. And another great opportunity here for SRB to overtake this A site.
Face your fear.
And so far, they've been doing an excellent job of punishing Fair. It's going to be the Nightfall now activated here. Paint walking in on site, but Meister with the Sheriff will shut down that raise as the stall is going to be fine. Spaz finally cleans that one up. Zeke still in the back here. It's not quite cleared out, but Monsi will be sneaking up slow and steadily. Understands that timing there. Zeke getting pinged up as well. Spike not down, but finally securing the kill. Fireball ops, though, making presence known. Jacob ready for that one. And this time, it's Zostal up against the world. Shopify Rebellion Black looking to secure yet another round.
That's one thing I'll give it to SRB once again is staying very calm in these scenarios. Utilizing the ult to get information on those two players within the site. They knew that, they knew that we still had somebody holding towards that site on the eco.
Shadows traveling.
And that was definitely Zeke in that corner, spotted out and taken down. And they just closed that gap when that smoke dissipated. So they waited for that to happen before they actually planted that spike for SRB side, knowing once again they have full advantage of weapons and they have everything in their arsenal to play the pulse plan more cleanly as soon as they take down Zeke in that corner. So again, this is looking much better than the SRB on the first map of Sunset, although these small mistakes are definitely being fixed up on the fly by how they're setting up the attack side on defaults.
And that's just good resilience from Shopify Rebellion. You know, the last couple of rounds we saw Fair get away with absolute madness, to say it lightly. And now this time we get to see them actually punish that very aggressive Jet. If they can continue to make sure that Fair doesn't have those opportunities, because we see that Jet kind of pushing up alone, then that's going to make sure that you can really easily win those rounds. The rest of Blue Otter have not been doing as well as Fair has. And with that Jet kind of leading the squad, that's who you want to take down.
The turret came out at that window, and look at the change that Blue Otter did. They smoked out towards that front side. Let's hold that thought. There's actually a peek outside of the smoke.
Yeah, Fair's going to be good for that one. Able to escape for a second, but Spaz ready for it. Excellent little tracking throughout the air in the midst of all of that. Meister gets blinded up, not necessarily chomped on. Still actually not stunned, but Pancakes, despite being stunned, will find that headshot there as he is able to don the name of Jacob once again. The spike will get planted. A 3v5 onto this retake. Zeke still with 2 flashpoints available, but BCJ right through the smoke finds his head. And BCJ looking for a little bit more, but it's once again a pretty quick round from Shopify Rebellion Black, but they don't give an inch to Blue Otter.
And that's a save for sure. Trying to get back there and drop and your breach falling from heaven already is a save call for Blue Otter. But I just wanted to point our eyes towards what we were doing at the beginning of this round for Blue Otter. They actually utilized Zostal's smoke on the top of the boxes where Monty's been quote unquote missing his turret. But at the same time, as Monty's been forcing his turret back into the window to prevent the push from Fair, you had Zeke already going for wallbang shots with the Vandal. It almost connected on top of that against Monty and maybe even took him down. So the condition that they've been doing with Fair pushing down middle every single time kind of allowed for them to maybe catch some players off guard by the small change that they did this time around on the defense. But the thing is for SRB, they're doing this, consistently hitting the A site because they're getting so much value off not too many members, of Blue Otter trading back into those forward positions on that end on the A site. So I gotta say SRB are just freely going towards that side. It's now their turn to be able to condition the amount of space they're always taking towards this A site first.
And it really feels like it's a shift from trying to outsmart your opponent to really just Shopify just setting up a trap, being ready for the aggression from Blue Water and getting ready to punish it to give yourself an advantage before storming in onto that A site. And this was enough pressure 4 rounds in a row now that Blue Water, they're going to be taking their time out. They got to figure something else out because they've just been trying the same thing over and over again. And honestly, it's gotten them nowhere. Shopify Rebellion Black have really started to put together a very solid offense.
That they have from what you're seeing here from Blue Water with this, for them losing 4 rounds in a row on A side holds, they're now focusing into a whole mid walk down / A side push. Okay, never mind. Looks like both players are going to hold back here towards the garage. So try to play stall on that side, trying to punish Monsi on his lurk plays. While for the side of SRB, another 4-1 setup, but this time more of a lean on the C side.
The turret gets destroyed as well, but this time it will be Monty just kind of watching that back line. It's going to be the engagement coming through onto the C site. Completely unexpected by Blue Water. Look at them all now start to scatter, and scramble their ways towards C. So plenty of time here for Shopify to get themselves set up on a post plan. Oh no.
It happens again. The smoke criminals. It's not just Stewie2K, it's everybody in the server so far just getting smoke kills in this game. But yeah,
wow.
I just love the readjustment towards the end. I mean, at this point, Blue Water has to save, but Fair's still alive here, can maybe do some damage with the Judge. Upgrades into the Vandal.
Yeah, Fireball Ops with a key player going down here. Meister able to at least drop one of those rifles, but this round is all but over. Shopify Rebellion just kind of running around with their food as Blue Water have not really had too much of an opportunity really to contest these rounds. It just feels like they've been outsmarted on some of these.
Yeah. And with how Monty's playing that turret, so he places the same turret from pistol round, and the idea, I know, is a little bit mad from the pistol round, but the idea from placing the turret as he did allows for them to get information on C-side pushes a little bit more quickly when a Cypher trip is not there because they're not using that in their comp. Now that you actually have money to work with, you could actually play that same turret and place the alarm bot into window to counter on the aggressive pushes coming out from Fair. So this might continue on here on the side of SRB on how they're working their attack side. Continuous 4-1s on that side just to make sure that they could capitalize on early information of what Blue Water is trying to do here on the defensive round, not allowing the defense to actually play the over-aggression like they did on Sunset.
And really liking just tucking Monty back so far deep, understanding that Blue Water's win condition really is based on some of those flanks that we've seen Fair be able to take. And now, slow as ever, a lot of space being taken by Shopify Rebellion. Zeke, the only person here on the back of this B site, as it will be initiation, as it is a showstopper going right through. Paint looking for something. It's gonna be the Hunter's Fury to confirm things. All the while, Zeke has not been flushed out yet.
No.
As Paint gets the explosive kill on Meister in the back. Finally, Zeke popping out. At least secures one kill. Shopify Rebellion Black, they back off completely. They still have just around a minute to decide.
But just the smoke in front of B main held everybody back. Nobody's using any util from Zeke in the back of the B side, and SRB never went into it.
Oh no. Okay, at least it's a trade in the midst of all that. BCJ still walks away with murder. Time now ticking down. 3v2 here, as it will be just an Omen TP all the way to the other side of the map.
30 seconds
Keep in
left.
mind, Zostel is here as well, and this could spell disaster. Completely unchecked, lurking towards it. The spike at least goes down. Finally, reinforcements come through. Monty finds one, BCJ finds the other. Shopify Rebellion Black looking like a coordinated strike unit as they get yet another round.
Yeah, now that was a little bit chaotic from both sides too. I wanted to commend here how Zeke was able to be very patient in the back of that site with all of that breach util, because the Prowler is already scouting towards that back of the site. But look at the space they're able to get here from Paint, and that's a mistake for Meister to be out in the open to get hit by that rocket. The other two players are already holding back, and they didn't want to get shot by the rocket, so they gave that angle, allowing Paint to get that opener. But somehow SRB is still able to win here the 4-on-X scenarios on their side. So mid-rounding working out on their attack.
Oh.
Now early round in their favor.
Yeah, you can see the aggression yet again from Blue Water. They decide to move up there. Shopify Rebellion are completely anticipating it. They drop the wall just a little bit earlier than anticipated, and they just find two clean, quick kills. And the Otters, they go towards that A site, but finally Fireball scouts out that it is going to be a C-side hit.
Monty has got to have the most boring job right now on the attack side for SRB, because they're just leveraging towards that spawn to again play that util on the early pushes from Blue Water. But now also being able to maximize the ult points by planning towards that C site. Paint starting to feel it, being able to activate his time around. So it's going to be Paint, and definitely Monty should be running around to look for this last kill, especially now that Fireball Ups just went for the shot. Still gets an ult orb.
I was just about to say, still finding the head of Monty in the midst of all of this. Not quite done yet. Does have the ultimate already, and Zeke holding this rifle will be able to find one in the back line here, but walking out to make sure that Shopify Rebellion can reduce the economy. You're not carrying any of those rifles over. They find themselves now at 7 rounds.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty good here since their gun round for SRB, and now even. able to cycle a couple of ults here, although you still have one available inside of Blue Water. I think they're going to have to change their strategy around a little bit here. Ever since we started giving up that space a little bit more for the side of the defense, SRB, it's almost the same story as what we saw in Sunset. When SRB was giving so much space on the defensive side, Blue Water took control of the full map. Now SRB is doing the same thing. Blue Water's trying to answer back with the operator in their hands. A fair 3 players pushing up towards long. And Zeke, well, he's just going to try to delay.
Viper's Pit makes that operator a little bit more inert. Spaz going to be able to get the plant off here. The aftershock will get, yep, going to confirm the kill here. Zeke looking the wrong way. Paint ready for it. Out of that off angle, the nice little flick as Fireball Ops walks right into the Vandal crosshair yet again. And sure, why not? Throw in the Nightfall, confirm the positioning at least of where Fair is. And this is just looking scattered.
They also instantly pinged out the window, so they know now all these gaps are open here for SRB. This is much different than what we saw in Sunset. They are making sure this time around that all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and doing an excellent job here. It almost looked like there was an opportunity for Blue Water to still retake that site because that Rolling Thunder was available for Zeke. So they were just playing off site, getting ready to retake into B. But that push coming out from Paint into that C-Link to take him down was a huge play. Even was able to sneak through for the off angle to win against Fireball Ups. This is a much different Paint that almost looks like a Fair in itself. He was able to find these great timings, or he's able to find these great timings as a raise of all agents to be able to still get openers.
Yeah, and one of the things that I really appreciate about Paint's play style is just finding the timings, but finding more of the close range to mid-range style of kills. Obviously, when you've got somebody like Fair who can just be like playing the long range battle, tapping heads at such distance, it makes it a little bit more difficult. But how this composition is built from Shopify enables a bit more of that race to be more explosive in the closer range quarters.
Definitely. And now you see the Yop on a high-low on B side. Zostel's about to peek out. Oh, the color missed.
Oh my. Oh, Zostel able to find 2 in the midst of all of that. Fireball farming outside of C on the mid seams. Spaz able to at least get 1, but the Neural Theft confirms the positioning here. 1v4. Does have the spike, no global teleport. From the Shadows, not available online. And look at all these angles that they're watching on him. Fair to secure the kill. Blue Water, they find yet another round here just to make sure that they've still got a horse in this race.
Especially when you're going to capitalize on the small mistake, or actually a big mistake coming up from BCJ. The first Prowler pathing actually was still hit the door right in front of him, so he can get full value of clearing both 50s before it even expired. And that allowed their Zostel to get into that spot. Look at that. It went into the door, Now it doesn't fully, probably went out of mouse room, trying to fucking swing it back into the B garage, but that's got to be costly. That one small round right here, if you're starting to see a comeback from Blue Water, that might have been the difference right there.
That pauses the domination that we've been seeing Shopify Rebellion Black kind of work with. So still using the From the Shadows to teleport around. See what's going on is now it's going to be a garage push coming through. Fireball Ops just in the back. Does have the camera to confirm the positioning. Pops all the utility and has to play so careful now as Paint moves in onto the site. Zeke with the long range, but it doesn't quite work out. Shopify Rebellion still clear things out. Fireball, though, still running rampant. Finally gets taken out. And once again, it's quick, but it's over. Shopify Rebellion, they use the ultimate just to secure the round, but it will be a retake here because it is the last round of this half.
If anything, secure the space. These guys are still alive. Okay, never mind. Secure the round. And they shoot the body on top of that dude. SRB is mad right now.
Matter of fighting, you know, one or the other.
Though. It's going to get spotted here by Monsi, so there you go. 9-3 towards the end. Solo will take it. It could have been a 10-2, but from that small mistake on that previous round, but thankfully they're able to salvage it back.
Yeah, pinch of salt over the shoulder. See how this one is going to be working as we find ourselves at that 9-3 half. And I really got to say, to me, it feels like it's Shopify Rebellion Black making sure to not like counter-strat, but keep things in check. A lot of that confidence that we saw from Blue Water on the last map, a lot of the util combos that we would anticipate, they feel more hesitant. And when they are more hesitant, that allows for more openings for Shopify Rebellion to just kind of run all over them. And they've been finding excellent timings to shut down Blue Water on their attack.
We'll see if they could do the same thing now for SRB to shut down the attack for Blue Water on the defense side. And if you're looking at the setup they currently have, I like the turret being out in the open like this. You're just trying to find early information and even garage while the alarm bot watches the windows. So you're allowing yourself to play much more passively. But as that turret gets instantly broken here, Marks, you're starting to see they have to respect that, play behind the wall, and even give up the garage because they're going to allow Blue Otter to creep up in that spot if they want to.
What a fun wall as well.
Definitely. It's a great wall for retakes, but you're seeing that it's slightly different for SRB. So they can actually hide in that nook in case of executions in the back of that C site. You can hide by that platform. Are the walls from G2 actually cuts all the way down towards the left side window to actually allow for you to push down B if you want to as well.
Already onto the site here, Monsi. Still got the heels dug in. Cavalry will come running as actually Blue Water all across the map are making their presence known. Fair, meanwhile, just kind of solos C. And suddenly it's all up to Paint in the 1v4 scenario. Does have a Sheriff, but only 45 HP left. The only good thing right now is that there's nobody else on this site. And well, Zoso will find a headshot to secure the round as the Otters, they find that pistol against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit of a slight mistake coming out from SRB on that pistol. I think maybe because of the early turret that got broken up on that C side, and Blue Water has been very quick on that first map to just one gear and overtake, you know, their fights with the Neon in their comp, that whoever was playing solo on the A side, soft side was way too pushed up ahead into the long A, that it allowed here for Blue Water to just force the quick rotates to happen, and it cut all these rotates from a lurk on the A side, a lurk into B. So SRB has to guess now into where the next hit's going to be. A left and right setup here in the front of that C site. Baited sound by Monsi as he breaks the turret. And they're trying to nanoswarm play classic on that side. And it looks like Blue Water knows better not to try to cross that smoke and try to leverage the information that Fireball Ups has been gathering at the beginning of this round for them to re-hit. Although they'll see nothing.
As still as quiet as ever. Monsi just watching Garage will make a bit of a forward advancement. No Prowler to kind of get stuck on the door from the side of Blue Water, so they will have to manually clear this. Is Fair poised and ready to go, goes for a little bit of spam. Monsi a little bit scared, but just dodges out of the way here, and it's all just intimidation tactics. The re-swing onto that C site is underway. It looks like Blue Water, they know where they want to go.
And I'm surprised here that with this composition, especially now you're playing an Eco Null Armor, you're not trying to keep your Fade and your Raze together to try to go for a Season 8 combo. Even if this re-hit comes in towards that C side, I mean, now they have enough bodies to work and get value out of the paint shells and right-click Classic's close range. See how it pays out.
30 seconds left.
Ooh. Information spotted out here, and Zoso running it down, but Spaz, through that paranoia, is able to make it happen. Time crunch on the clock, though, as they have to make this site work. The swarm is going to be good. Fair still alive in the back of the site. Gives VCJ a nice little haircut, looking for the spam through, but of course, who else but Fireball Ops. The top two fraggers on Blue Water stay alive in the midst of all of it, and will get that. Nope, never mind. Don't get the spike plant, but they will secure the round.
Yeah, at least there's a round, and they're closing that gap. SRB had an opportunity at least to almost maybe even win that that pistol. It was actually quite nice on the Eco side. But when it came down to a 2v2 and you're seeing the patience being displayed by the last two players baiting out from the smoke, allowing Fair to move up and get the last kills on that side, on that backstab right over here at low HP. It turns out that if we were communicating a little bit more here on that side and maybe isolate just two different 1v1s, knowing that Fair is at 25 HP, maybe there was a scenario where they could have won, but at least they make it expensive. The bonus round is not the best here for Blue Water. They keep Mikester and Zolstel with Sheriffs, and they keep themselves very slow at least to kick things off on the attack side. You see even the cameras placed even further back. And this is the wall I was talking about here, Marks. Sometimes you're pulling up a different wall as well to cut all the way out in the front of the window. So you're forcing now Blue Water to use util to scale up towards B, yet they still lose paint on SRB's side at the beginning.
Fireball Ops, though, traded all the way over onto A's side as Blue Water actually make the pivot over to A, despite using a bit of utility on that B site. So finally we'll be able to move through. Meister is able to get this upgrade. Spaz trying to stay alive through all of it. Gets spotted out, though, and so that's more information given over. Still 45 seconds left on the clock, though, so Blue Water, bit of a cushioning when it comes to the engagement. Fair gets one, but traded out immediately. Spaz still in the back of the site, drops to get another dark cover. Spikester clears out the back. It's uncomfortable, but the spike still doesn't go down thanks to a snake bite on the ground. Another trade, blow for blow, even across the board. 2v2 now. Spat still navigating just on the other side of the dark cover. Meister ready for it, lets it drop, and it's going to be a trades galore. Zeke stayed alive, 17 HP to win out the fight against Shopify.
That's unfortunate. I don't think BCJ should have been walking into that site when you already saw Spaz starting to fall back, because he was jump spawning, saw that the that Meister, was there as that Silva. It makes sense here for the side of Blue Water that they wanted to lean towards the A site because they needed to salvage that weapon that Fireball Ups lost on that A site. But then as soon as they went for the execution and they went for flash recon into the A site, even though BCJ didn't get pinged out, he's still out in the open for the execution. And as he drops, not in a position to be able to get traded out. It just didn't allow SRB to have the cleaner retake towards the end. It could have been a 3v2 retake. But now, Blue Water converting their bonus round, and we're starting to see a similar story as the first half. Both teams finding great value on their attack side, even though Blue Water is playing a more default composition.
That's kind of crazy when you think about it, how much these two teams are mirroring each other, specifically on this map. We're seeing a lot of very similar executes coming in from Blue Water, albeit on that C site instead of the A site, but honestly, it's been very close between these two teams. Like, you look at the scoreboard and you see the comeback, but it doesn't really tell you the story of how these rounds usually come down to just a 1v1 scenario.
Maybe not going to be this case, though. There's an eco for SRB. Full Sheriff, one Stinger, gambling a stack towards the A side, and both Prowlers being used with 45 seconds left. Now they should anticipate that they hits towards C. So thankfully, there's already going to be a fast rotate across. So by the time the spike goes down, the gap will have been closed. We still have full util. C's nade with Paranoia could be huge here. And C's nade is gone without any util being used.
Oh, yeah, this is a little bit of an uncomfortable scenario, huh, Monsi? Entire team falling apart, Fireball Ops walking up to secure even more space. And yeah, I mean, when we talk about using that util, it really came down to nothing. They just walked out more or less into the crosshairs of the members of Blue Water just watching that angle.
Yeah, I mean, even at this point, you're looking at how the retake was going to happen. There's a reason why. You were just talking about the Viper Wall being set up on the C site. It allows for you to retake a little bit more safely when you try to slice the map across on your retake, and you could leverage util on fighting the back of the site. Because if a Paranoia came through from the front and the wall came up, you still have seasoning towards the back, and now you could flood within the sites because the players that would be holding a post plant on the other side of the Viper Wall should be hit by the Paranoia, so they can't trade off the players in the back. But instead, we tried to go for a timing flood with just Sheriffs to count on our aim to retake the site when a lot of that util is almost free here with the paint shells. It could do so much damage to get good value. Even if they don't get a seasoning combo, a little bit of chip damage from the paint shells would get immense value out of your Sheriffs. But it didn't happen, so we couldn't get the trap play across, and you're starting to see Blue Water finding just their footing on the attack side by just capitalizing, because you're going toe-to-toe with aim. You have it on that side of Blue Water.
It's so hard watching that replay as well. Like, exactly like you said, right? There's no util that just kind of comes through, and so they just walk into the crosshairs of the members of Blue Water just holding that angle. And it really feels like this attack is starting to heat up. We're starting to see that Blue Water that we saw on the last map. They're playing a lot more confidently, and most importantly, they're hitting a lot more of their shots. Moving into this next one, Meister, notably, one away from getting the Hunter's Fury on a line. That is going to be an excellent boon if you are Blue Water to at least flush out some of the members of Shopify Rebellion or play a really annoying post play.
Thankfully, they have weapons to work with on that side here for SRB. Going back into their tuck into the backseat platform Viper Wall. So they don't fully threaten the B side push on that side here for Blue Water.
Ooh. Excellent little headshot there. Able to secure it despite a bit of whiffage. Postal, though, trades it back immediately, and now that Viper smoke will make sure that it's going to be that much more difficult for Blue Water to be through. ECJ still alive in the back line. Finally, the defenses have come through. In the midst of all of this, Jacob has been taking quite a bit of space here on the back. So Blue Water, their hand is kind of forced. They don't know it, but they have to execute on A.
And no ults to work with either, so they're just going to wait for the timing to get this recon flash in. And just try to full exec into this A site, and that's when Jacob was going to find that timing to break that trip and flank.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia primed and ready on both sides here. It's still going to be good, though. Blue Water, okay. They take a step through, find two cheeky little kills, make it a third. And suddenly the site is completely overwhelmed. Jacob alone now in a 1v4 scenario in what started out as being such a clear Shopify Rebellion round. Jacob finding a timing, but the spike still goes down. And that could have been the nail in the coffin, but unfortunately now it's up against the world. 1v3 scenario pinged up by the recon bolt as well. Will be at least able to back off of here. Jacob opting probably to save, but has to watch this angle because Mikester going to be watching like a hawk to be able to take him out, and will do just that. Blue Water, one round away from tying this map up.
That would have been crazy if he actually did get the spike planter down. There was probably 8-7 seconds left, and then you'll see through the chaos if Blue Water could pick it back up or not, and that would have been a crazy clutch on that side. But look at how the execution comes in because you've walked to play contact. You've already seen in the first contact that 3 players are there. You've given up a little bit of that space. Now that as they creep up the second time, the paranoia doesn't react fast enough. And when you're trying to swing out for these trades, there's already like 3 players within the site. And Blue Water was just able to fight so quickly into the A site execution. SRB on an eco. 1 round away here for tying out the game is Blue Water, where Shopify are not finding any value. I want to point out here, despite this being an eco round, this should be a round here for Blue Water, especially with this exec. Look at the camera being placed by Fireball. The reason why it's being placed so far back is also to counter that Viper wall that's being thrown here on the side of Shopify. If it's not going to be the same type of wall that cuts all the way into the window, it's still passive enough to watch the beeline push down towards the aggression that SRB could maybe have on that side. So I like that little change from the Cypher and how heads up Fireballops has been throughout this whole series, or once again him as a role as a Sentinel.
And now we are all tied up at 9-9. Shopify Rebellion Black, they should be able to scrape together a buy most likely here. But this has just been domination on the attack of Blue Otter. A lot of ultimates on this round, and I wonder if that's just kind of messing with the mental of your opponents at that point, because it did feel a little bit excessive given the gun differential. But still, that's now 6 rounds in a row for Blue Otter. On their attack, they have not been stopped by Shopify Rebellion once. And to make things even crazier, all of those rounds have been won purely just on fragging out. The spike goes down, but the spike is not detonated to secure that round.
They haven't been needing to do too much map manipulation on the side of Blue Water for sure. I mean, look at them. They're going to be another 5-man hit into the A site and a full gun round against SRB.
Bring them down.
Prowler from BCJ. Trying to get a bit of information. The fault line coming up first, and look at that. Fair just steps out for a second, able to find one. And Fair, okay, finds yet another here. Paint makes it happen. Oh no, pulls the bazooka out and immediately gets shut down. Now the information is going to get given away as well. Yeah, it's just a backstab in the back, as it's a complete surrounding of Blue Otter. 10-9, they take the lead against Shopify Rebellion Black and really do want to end this series.
Yeah, and it looks like we wanted to commit into the Nightfall to try to hold out the A site, but again, we're playing the Nightfall default box in the back of the A site, and you can't get any value off C's nades to delay even more to get extra value out of this. I mean, look at the position. Already when BCJ pulls out the Nightfall, Fair's already backside to get 2 kills. They're so quick to trade, and SRB, despite them 1.5 players to fight into the chaos, it's just that timing that gets them caught out of utility where they don't have guns out. Maybe on that previous round, if they all had guns out, there would have been a different scenario here where the rocket probably would have gotten some value, but it's not the case. The reality right now is that SRB are faltering behind with how, unfortunately, their defense has not been looking not even fair. It's not even looking good. It's just really getting opened up from simple hits coming out here from Blue Water. And I'm exaggerating. I think I'm being mean by saying simple hits from Blue Water, but they are definitely able to just be quite oppressive with how they're able to trade quite instantly.
Yeah, it feels like that element of teamwork, especially on the gun duels, is something that Blue Water have down to a T. Fireball Ops now leading the entry in onto the site. Oh, Killjoy turret doesn't even catch anybody. You're at least able to trade that one out fast before the damage really increased that much more. Fair, though, already deep onto the site. BCJ tucked away in a corner here. We'll be able to just walk onto the other side, but Blue Water, it seems like they're aware of it. They are going to be sending Meister from the back. Not really anticipating anything, and Fair able to at least get one before being traded out. Weapons from Blue Otter make it that much more of a difficult job for Shopify Rebellion to make it work. 2v3 on this one, 2 ultimates available, but Blue Otter, they're just holding on to it, and it's another clean round. 1v2 scenario. Jacob on the site right now, looking for it, but Meister shuts him down with an opportunity for a second. Blue Water, once again, they continue to lead a flawless attacking half.
I don't even know if they have a timeout left. Okay, there we go. Please use it. Yeah. So SRB uses their last timeout on this side, and thankfully, because not only is they want to leverage whatever ultimates that they have here, but there has to be some sort of conversation with Vapin and also Finn with the rest of the team here, Finn being the assistant coach, as to how they can maybe maximize what's available for them in terms of util. I know it's very surface level to talk about C's nade when you're having this combination out, but I haven't seen it once, right? Yeah. I haven't seen the Viper Wall getting true value on cutting C site for retakes. Poison Orbs maybe was the biggest thing that I saw so far here from the defensive line of SRB to put that up and to allow for them to play within this within the smoke. But when that happens, you have some players falling back, some players out in the open. As much as I wanted to praise the coordination of what SRB had on their attack side to win the 4 versus X scenarios, I'm not seeing the same level of coordination of how they want to play the defensive side. So surface level, make sure you try to take full value out of your C's nades. Try to make sure that your util on retakes can be quite good. You have KJ lockdown to work with this time around, and try to utilize that with how Blue Water's been overextending into the A site hits.
And you honestly raise an excellent point, because if you think about just the utility and how much value it's actually getting, it's next to zero for Shopify Rebellion on this defense. Sure, they're using them. I think the Prowlers and the Haunt might be the only thing really getting a lot of information besides of obviously the Killjoy utility. But a lot of the people on Shopify just simply aren't getting value out of the kits that they're bringing. Paint spotting out a shoulder here. We'll toss in the nade just to try and stall it for a second, but Fair already too far in, finds one headshot, looking for another, but Monty gets traded out in the midst of all of that. Fireball Ops, as sharp as ever, steps out, finds BCJ's head. Spike goes down yet again. Shopify reduced down to just 2. From the shadows, going to get popped as well. Bring him right back into the spawn at least. As Spaz goes for the teleport on top. Fireball Ops, though, aware. Look the wrong way as Jacob's able to at least find one kill. It's going to be the Viper Spit now deployed. Shopify Rebellion, they know that they have to make this one work, but immediately Jacob goes down, and suddenly Spaz in a 1v3 scenario. Bad situation goes to a worse one as the ultimate gets utilized as well. Spaz looking for it, gets pinged up, but now time will make this near impossible. Going for it, finds Zostal. A sharp little single shot will happen, but Blue Otter now on a match point against Shopify Rebellion Black.
Backs against the wall right now for SRB, and a team that has been looking so good in the first split of this stage, even winning stage 1, going to these changes. Unfortunately, since losing Brock over to Energy in tier 1, has not been able to get the same type of results as they wanted to. You're hoping here that they have an opportunity to maybe tie things up with the Blue Water pick again that hasn't found too much value on their end since they've been playing this map. They've been looking like they're now a complete team for and playing this to this T since probably the last 5 years of Valorant's existence. Which is crazy to say, because right now it's just SRB lacking again this way to work their map on a defense.
So many holes in this defense, and honestly, every single time, it looks like Blue Water has been more or less uncontested. Some of the rounds have been a little bit closer, but just domination coming out from Blue Water in their reads. And the confidence once again. We're seeing that back from map 1 of them knowing that they can just peek and win gun duels. And Shopify, honestly, has not been ready to really trade it.
And they have a win con now to just leverage the Killjoy ult on the retake. So if anything, I'm hoping to see a lockdown, push them back towards the A side corner and seasoning that corner and take them down. And finally, we get some util on that side. But as they're now rotating back to our 4-1 scenario, weak side, A side, already Fair is already at the spawn. They're trying to fight this.
It's so aggressive. The lockdown gets put down here. Pain able to find 2. We'll secure the lockdown's positioning. You see the members of Blue Water now scattering as Zosel gets caught in the midst of all of it. And this is very interesting position, a real opportunity for them to be able to finally get around. Fireball Ops completely caught off guard, and yeah, that time around you can see the utility work out well, as it will not be a clean sweep on the attacking half of Blue Water. Shopify Rebellion Black, they find their first round on this defense.
And I love, at least from the side of SRB, that they anticipated this push towards that spawn. That's what I was going to try to say too. With how aggressive Blue Water has been playing, you definitely know that they're going to try to push towards that spawn and get rid of that lockdown. And as soon as they go for the plant, Paranoia comes across, paints out in the open, they get the picks, and he gets value out of the paint shells towards the end as Zeke is stuck outside of that radius by the corner of A-Long. So nice little pivot back, but it took them an ult for them to be able to get that round. They have none of those, with the exception of Paint being one away from his own ult. And actually, for Blue Water's side, they're not trying to cancel that out. They're actually committing into a C-side hit. And Paint also is not committed to pick up the orb. So this is going to be an intriguing round right now for SRB on how they're going to try to play the retake into the site when the showstopper could be a big win con.
Oh, big chomp out of Fair there. Prowler finding a mark. Actually draws everybody over towards the speed side. Keep in mind too, this push out from A will secure a bit more spaces. BCJ, Jacob, as well as Monty.
They're going to Rolling Thunder for Garage. I think they're going to try to fight for Garage. Okay, never mind. He's going to fall back instead.
Look at this, so still watching on the flank here. Spots it out, but Payne actually able to find one. Showstopper now activated. Looking for anybody, but nobody's home. Finally poking out there. Meister able to find one, finding 2 as well. Paint gets shut down. The Spat still on the back line. Could be the neural theft now to give away these positionings as to where people are. A shoulder spotted out, Fair not quite done. Through the air is able to find one, finds yet another, and just like that, Blue Otter win out the series against Shopify Rebellion Black.
Well, for those of us that doubted Blue Otter coming into this matchup right here, we're definitely proven wrong. At this point, it really looked like Shopify Rebellion had an opportunity to push this into a third map, but everything was shut down as soon as the sides have switched. It almost even looked like we almost struggled at the beginning of the half here for the side of Shopify Rebellion. It was actually Blue Water that kind of let that slip on the attack side when Fair was not getting any value on the pushes down middle anymore. That said, though, they still closed it out on a clean 2-0. And unfortunately here, looks like SRB are close to facing elimination going into split 3.
Yeah, it looks like a completely different team when we got to see Blue Otter switch things around. But once again, this was one of those teams that really started to heat up. And I mean, there's a good reason. If you just watch that match, you see a lot more of these pieces falling into place. And sure, there are a couple of weaknesses, but at the end of the day, Blue Otter did an excellent job at beating out Shopify Rebellion Black. So big congratulations to them as they continue to advance through things in the Challengers. And yeah, we're going to be throwing it to a quick break, and the desk will have an interview and break down all the action that you just saw.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, congratulations to Blue Otter on not just a win, but a 2-0 win in this series going up against SRB. I mean, heading into the second map of Haven, it was something that SRB, they had a strong attack half here, Gomps. They got a lot of rounds under their belt, but when the sides swap, so does the story, and Blue Otter can close out from there.
It makes sense. I don't know. I mean, Shopify, they had such a great attacking half. I have to completely agree with you. But when it comes to the attacking side for Blue Otters, there really was no competition, right? 9 rounds, I believe, in a row. So you're looking at a team that was like, oh, you know, we're down, but that doesn't really matter because now we're up, right? So it's the confidence kind of going into that. They knew that they would have had those rounds in the bag. They knew all they had to do was, again, keep that confidence with Fair. I think Van Silly said it the best, right? In the beginning, Fair was doing absolutely amazing. Of course, there was like that slight drop off towards the end, but it didn't matter. They already had the momentum. They had the stability. They had scared Shopify Rebellion into this very stagnant pace to where they weren't even caring about collecting space outside of the site.
I think the main thing is looking at that first half at 9-3 to give a better perspective of how this match even started is the fact that I think there was really good reads out of the side of SRB, like BCJ and Pancakes were doing a really good job at punishing Fair on a lot of those deep angles that he was looking for, right? On those flanks on defense and playing that push and pull with like constant walks up towards mid that Vans is talking about, as well as like the scale ups towards like a lobby, and SRB consistently punishing that, leading to that lead, and then swapping into that second half. It wasn't just Blue Water, you know, going absolutely insane with the fragging. It also felt like Shopify Rebellion Black weren't playing to the strengths of their composition either. We didn't see a BCJ and Paint playing together as frequently as I would have liked to ensure that those combinations were potent and that they'd be able to, we saw it like every once in a while, but I think that the other thing was we saw also Paint try to go for very similar flanks to Fair as well, but not quite having that timing when a Shopify Rebellion Black were trying to already go for that retake, and the flank coming in a little bit later than expected, and Blue Otter just doing a good job to speed things up when they did feel like the execution was going to be favorable for them. And it is definitely heartbreaking for SRB to go out in this matchup in this manner in an 0-2 when they started off with such a strong half.
So on the flip end of things, it's nice to see Blue Otter and the step up, specifically on Haven too, because I remember a couple weeks back, it was a rough one. I'll breeze past that. And then it was a really tough loss up against YFP. But to see the improvements that they've made, not just on this map, but as a team throughout the last few weeks, I think is really, really good. Especially too when you're looking at Fair, who goes from the Jet to the Neon back to the Jet. To see him top the leaderboards and be able to pop off comps, I think is really, really strong. But someone else who's just popped off phenomenal throughout these series. I mean, Ash, just Fireball Up's man of the hour.
He really was. The fact that he was so consistent between Sunset and Haven and such a big piece of the puzzle here for Blue Otter. Those timings that he was able to take on Haven and Sunset with a lot of those mid lurks coming in for those backstabs and taking advantage of the chaos that Fair was causing on both of these maps. It was just really nicely done by Fireball Ops. And then the information that you know that he's relaying to that team as well. Cannot sing enough praises for this player and how he was just everywhere. It felt like SRB always had to worry about where Fireball was lurking.
Yeah, and this is really nice to see too, because Fireball Ops is someone that even back on Nightblood Gaming that was just consistently doing really, really well. And I feel like sometimes it's been a really tough challenger season to where like some players' performance has been up or down, but be able to see Blue Otter and by proxy then Fireball Ops be able to do stronger within this, I think this has just been really strong comps.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to highlight another player in particular, as well as kind of like a composition that was run before. I know that we had kind of diverted from like, we've seen the Jet on Haven, which I thought was quite interesting. But actually, there was like a moment where they were trying to vibe with the Neon on Haven for the side of Blue Otters, and it really just wasn't working. So I like the fact that we kind of digressed back into that Jet meta for them on the map of Haven. I feel like it worked out honestly fairly well. And the fact that they were able to identify that was pretty good. So I do give kudos to the team for being able to give Fair that chance.
Yeah, love to see that the team is making these changes and definitely something that's working out in the server. And I'm intrigued to hear a little bit more about them. So I'm glad to say we have our interview ready and we have Fireball Ops on the line. First off, I have to say congratulations to you and the team for the win. I know this split of challengers has been a little tough, but this was a great win today. How does it feel?
It feels incredible. I'm not gonna lie. We know we have a lot of talent, and it just hasn't really been. You know, it's been a rocky split, but you know we know that we can click, and when we click, we're gonna do great. So, and that's what happened here today. So, yeah, it feels great.
I want to talk a little bit about the changes to the team because obviously the talent is there on the team. We've seen it before, right? But it's looked like maybe after that first week there wasn't really a click or like it's just an off week, or like what improvements have been made to make sure like that we get this drastic of a turnaround today?
You know, I think everybody's put in so much work, just offline, in the server, anywhere. We really took a deep dive into our individual gameplays, and I guess we figured out, you know, something that worked for us, and you know, we're going to keep rolling with it.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about the second map in the series in particular, because we had seen that Haven is something you guys picked into. Know that the defense side can be a little bit rougher. Is that ever something too, especially when you're playing up against a team like SRB, where it gets a little bit worrisome when you're pretty down at the half, or has there always been that confidence like you guys can pop off the second?
Oh, I mean, there's always, you know, I feel like defense on Haven has always been hard, you know, for any team in any tier. And we're not worried. You know, if we're down 9-3, we're down 12-0, you know, I feel like we all think we can make the comeback regardless of what the score is. And, you know, when it was 9-3, I said, all right, you know, we're fine. Let's just, you know, keep rolling. You know, we're going to win pistol. And just, I think we won like 9 straight or something like that. And, you know, I'm just proud of the team.
Right. I like this confidence. I like this confidence. And last but not least, like, I want to know how far this confidence extends, because obviously we're about halfway through. 2-2 is great, but you need the 4 wins to be making it into the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm very confident that we're going to make playoffs. You know, we were 1-2, now we're 2-2. I'm perfectly fine with that. You know, we caught a great stride today. We're going to keep that momentum, just bring it into the next week. And yeah, I'm perfectly fine with it. Very confident.
That's awesome. Fireball Ops, this was a great win today.
Thank you.
And the team, best of luck going on forward. And thanks for chatting.
Of course. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Back over to the desk from us. I mean, love to hear the confidence from the teams. That could be a tough one here, Ash, when a team does, you know, kind of falter for a couple of weeks. But to hear how highly speaking of the talent on the team, like always having that confidence, like that's what I like to hear.
It's not just what we like to hear, but it's almost that is also the expectation out of teams now in challengers, right? To be able to have that mental fortitude to carry forward. That is kind of like a baseline as far as the foundation of how you're going to be able to maintain that mentality going forward in the competition. And if you want to make one of those deep runs, you have to be a team that's able to bounce back, especially with how volatile it feels like the standings and challengers have been stage to stage.
Yeah. And I know at the end of the day, like it's like, oh, this is just a video game, but this is people's livelihood as well. And, they play this game day to day. They are super, super persevered in terms of getting better and just applying those skills. So I feel like you can definitely see that in today's performance with Blue Otters.
Yeah, and that turnaround, I mean, pulling up the bracket, it's definitely at a point where it's not too late for them. Sitting at a 2-2, they have just as many opportunities to win as they do to get knocked out. So they're right in the middle of the pack here. We love to see that. And they're going to be joining Legacy Kingdom and TSM with that honor. Earlier on one of the side streams, we did say goodbye to Prosperity, who is now out of here. And that is sad, but I mean, Gomps, it's a brutal world out here.
If you're not catching up, you're gonna get left behind, and I feel like that's kind of what it is like for life in general, right? To improve and get better, and if you're just not up to standard, you're down at the bottom. So I feel like now it's starting to settle in. Oh, I can be kicked off. I'm pretty sure Burger Boys at this point is like, we just eliminated someone, but we could have been eliminated. So now we have to try to fight for our lives for this next game. And if we don't, we're the next ones. And it doesn't matter how much effort we put into the last game, we can be in the same position. So I feel like stakes are high now. People are starting to understand the reality of it.
Also, today's matches aren't quite done yet either. You still have the TSM SAD game going on right now, a potential overtime in case you guys are looking to watch a little bit more challengers today on the side stream. But then the crazier part is looking down into that round 5 for the teams that are currently 1-3. We don't know who's going to be seated up against each other yet to verse each other in the coming days. But taking a look at the fact that there's a world where both Shopify teams are in that danger zone and could be eliminating each other as well, depending on how those matchups end up faring on the back end side. That is something that's kind of insane to be keeping in mind for next week.
The chance, the possibility of that happening, oh, I absolutely cannot wait. And of course, for tomorrow's matches, we're going to be looking at a little bit higher up on the leaderboards. Of course, there's opportunities for a team to qualify. There's 2 teams that are undefeated so far, Qbert and Envy. And of course, teams that are 2-1 are looking absolutely fantastic. So it'll be a great day tomorrow, and I cannot wait. But yeah, unfortunately, that is it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We will make sure to see you back here for tomorrow for some more challengers. Till then, good luck with your ranked games. Stay safe. Have fun.
These angles, the more the clock is going to be against her. And you see the setup from Legacy. 3 players all across this C site for a huge crossfire setup. I think the odds are definitely against Mel at this point. There's that first contact. Paranoia, isolating fight. Good for that sink that win on to Mel. Now you're forcing your rotates across. There's 3 players on middle that's going to catch Alexis on a rotate. Now you're solo playing towards that B site. You're solo playing towards A. I mean, this is just a great round by Legacy. Working around the map for the last 2 rounds. The hack gets information from the last player. Corrupt wants to play the E.
Now the spike goes down here. Fair coming around from the back. Hunter's Fury going to be online. As Fair now going to be making himself known in the back here. As it is, Meister able to find BCJ, and the back is all completely cleared out. It's Spaz and Jacob up against the world 2v5. Spaz able to find 2. Zostil finding Spaz just for the trade back, but Zostil confirms the kills, as that will be Blue Otter with the defuse here. Winning out. Payne actually able to find 1. Showstopper now activated. Looking for anybody, but nobody's home. Finally poking out there. Meister able to find 1, finding 2 as well. Payne gets shut down. The Spaz still on the back line. Could be the neural theft now to give away these positionings as to where people are. A shoulder spotted out. Fair not quite done. Through the air is able to find 1. Finds yet another.